Hello everyone, Cantha here with my Guild Wars 1 stream. How about that Silver Edge, eh? Pretty exciting. I don't have any Lunar Fortunes, so I ain't going to be worrying about trying to get it, even though it'd be quite appropriate for this character whose name is Ardens Argentum, which is like silver on fire or whatever. So when last we left off, I had just finished the Eternal Grove and had a very disappointing death of a tree singer right at the very end to a couple of sneaky afflicted warriors coming in the backside. But here we are. Out in, I think I'm going to go ahead and do the primary quest I just got into the whirlpool. A, I just want to have it done. B, it gives me a skill point, which this character is kind of needing, so yeah. So the plan for today, loosely, I was going to say roughly, but then I want to go loosely. I don't know. But the general plan is to go ahead and complete factions, and then I want to go and see about collecting myself some elite skills. As I feel that I am rather in need of them. My elite options are a bit small. Oh, this is a big old mess. Let's insert myself into the middle of it. What could possibly go wrong? I did want to capture Ray of Judgment. Yeah, there's a bunch of elite skills I want to go get, so we will look into that. Hey, Afflicted Assassin. The Afflicted Ritualists are kind of a big deal, because they use a resurrection skill. Ah, Splinter Weapon, of course. Saw the 50 damage pop up and I'm like, what? There they are. Stop running away from me. Imlad is just so good. Imlad, of course, being you move like a dwarf. Hope everyone's doing well today. I'm doing pretty well at the moment. Hello, Dragon Moss. Goodbye, Dragon Moss. I have been thinking some about, like, what do I do with the stream? Like, long term. Speaking of stream things, I'm thinking of next week. As I understand it, and I'm going to double check the wiki, actually I might do that in just a moment here. But as I understand it, the anniversary event is beginning next week. Hey Mana Guy, good to see you. So I'm strongly considering next week adjusting my schedule slightly. Hey Clean Star, good to see you too. But of next week adjusting my schedule slightly. Anniversary event. And instead of streaming on Wednesday of next week, streaming on Thursday. Because I believe that's when the anniversary event starts. April 22nd. Yeah. So I may do that. Because I think that makes a lot of sense. Tomorrow? According to the wiki, it starts on the 22nd. Which, according to my calculations, is a week from tomorrow. I don't know. That's just what I saw on the. That's just what I was seeing on the wiki. There's like the 22nd to somewhere in May, like for 2 weeks, basically. I don't know why fungal walls have the ability to knock down on critical hit. Also, welcome. Warden of Seasons. You are not welcome, though. I want you out of here. You and your spirit light. I might pick up Primal Rage. Primal Rage is such a garbage skill, though. Hello, Kurzik Chest. Yep, I do not have any lockpicks on this character anymore. I broke them all. Opening stuff. I'm just going by what I saw on the wiki, so. No. Shove I already have and B is earlier. I might pick up Primal Rage. I just had a Signet of Capture on my bar and didn't take it off. Also, just acknowledging that I saw your comment, Pat. Yeah, it's definitely going to be something that kind of differs. Like, for me, I know with Devil May Cry 4, or like some of the Devil May Cry games, the gigantic mob enemies are a lot less interesting, or the gigantic, like, oversized enemies are a lot less interesting to me to fight when they're more like puzzles. Nah. Yeah, this is Morosov Trail. You're thinking of Ferndale. Did you usually play Luxon, or just kind of curious the reasoning of your? You could tell the Kurzik areas apart comment. Got some weird vampire bat things in the area. Also, I don't know why, but for some reason, some part of Twitch's servers thought I didn't stop my stream yesterday, and so it kept like incrementing something. So I had to turn the whole thing into a highlight in order to be able to export the VOD to YouTube. And when I was doing that, I noticed that my microphone definitely seemed a little bit overdriven. Not like too loud, but it had the sound of being overdriven. So I have adjusted the volume some. Hopefully that has not made me too quiet. We knocked each other down. That's hilarious. Care about is that the developers maintain the design principle they implement and don't flip-flop. Give me that tanned hide. I'm probably going to capture Primal Rage off of that boss if he spawns with this quest up. I'm not sure on that front. I don't think it's a very good elite, but it's nice to have the option. And I don't mind trying to go for, like, most or not, if not all of the elites. Or at least the warrior ones on this character, so. I'm impressed by how many high hits I get off of this hammer. In D&D 3rd edition, for instance, monsters are actually built to absolute parity with the player characters. So these are the exact same systems then. Yeah, there's the boss I'm looking at. Boy, I just couldn't help but aggro everything in the area, eh? And that's what you get for placing a Spirit of Brambles. Yeah, I personally like Guild Wars where the enemies generally are using the same skills as players, or Dark Souls where the enemies are generally working on the same mode as players, or Pokemon where it's like the same sort of thing across. Whereas in 4th, monsters are built to their own systems, which are designed to numeric parity with players. Yeah, I mean the kind of the big thing to me for me personally, are built to best guess. I see. Like for me personally, I find what usually leads to the most interesting fights is if the enemies, the things that I'm fighting are at least like, and this depends upon sort of the medium and how that's going to play out, of course, or genre rather. But if they are working under at least a somewhat similar method, so like action games, this is probably more of a commentary on action games than RPGs. I guess we might as well go ahead and kill this boss here. In action games, I dislike it when enemies are too divergent from the player, because what usually ends up happening is the fights are no longer, they switch to puzzle fights rather than being, you know what, sure, I'll use this. Oh man, that is such a huge boost. But because what ends up happening is the enemies are when they get to be like, especially when they get to be too big, they tend to become less interesting to me to fight. So for example, in some of the Devil May Cry type games where you get really large enemies and it's about platforming around the enemy to hit the big glowing weak points, or in Dark Souls 3, for example, Midir, I don't find to be a very interesting fight. He's extremely huge, of course, but I don't find that fight to be particularly enjoyable. Let's see. I actually want to bring... Mhenlo's really good. Drunken Master's really nice, though. I'm just thinking about what I'm going to want to do for the next mission, Raisu Palace. Thank you. Let's see. So I've had Jade Sea, Echovold Forest, Kainang. I guess Raisu Palace is its own area. I'm going to just... Yeah, let's just go to Raisu Palace here. I want to drop by Xingzhe at some point as well. Maybe I'll do Xingzhe now. That's off of the marketplace, yeah. So like Midir, when you're basically running around hitting an enemy's ankles, sometimes that works okay. Iron Golem is interesting because they added an additional mechanic of being able in Dark Souls 1 of being able to have it fall off a cliff, which is a pretty cool mechanic. But like for Midir, like it's just big and you're just whacking at its ankles. I don't tend to like the fights where you're just whacking at the ankles, and it's like that to me is an uninteresting sort of fight. Okay, so I get Saitang Harbor on my map. Do I want to run all the way to Xingje Monastery itself right now? I don't think so. That's enough to kind of be what I want, which is adding a factions pack. Factions general. Add one. Okay. What new stuff did I get? Healing Whisper, Arcane Conundrum is a good pickup. Revealed Hex. If I didn't already have Inspired Hex, that's useful. Dash is good. Oh, Blood Bond is really nice to have a pickup. Spirit Rift is good. Unnatural Signet's good pickup. Steady Ground, Expel Hexes, those are nice. These enchantments I don't care about. Barrage is good, though. None of those are immediately making me want to do something different. But I guess I'll add another one for Raisu Palace as well, because I guess Raisu Palace is counted as a region for the purposes of the Wayfarer's Reverie. Let me add... Let's see. I had Vec there, and I had Livia. Let's add them back in. So let's go ahead and add a booster for this as well. Oh, great. A copy of Resurrect. Everybody's favorite. Got Healing Burst with that, though, which is very good. So new stuff, which is what we're seeing down here, not necessarily new additional copies of old stuff. Yeah, E-Surge is a good pickup. Healing Burst is a good pickup. Soul Twisting is a really good pickup. So the question that I have is, do I want to swap out Word of Healing, Healing Burst on Dunkoro? I think I do. I'd rather have just a raw 170, and then the AoE heal on it's nice as well. But the raw 170 heal is, in my mind, a bit better than the... Because oftentimes the AI will be healing when this is a 106 heal, not when it's a 227 heal. Obviously, the 227 heal that this can be is significantly stronger, but a lot of the time the AI is just going to use Healing Burst when you're at, like, 53% HP or whatever. Yeah, that's exactly my feeling as well, Topat. I feel like Word of Healing is a very strong skill, but is stronger in the hands of players than the AI, so I'd much rather have Healing Burst. It has a quicker recharge, which is nice, but I like Healing Burst here, so. Okay, I don't think there was anybody else that I really felt like needed changes. Okay, except for me, because I want another Signet of Capture. Oh, hang on. I want to look up what elites are available here. But yeah, if the anniversary event is indeed starting next week on the 22nd, as the wiki says it will, then I think I might move my Wednesday stream to be Thursday, is just to kind of conclude that particular thought. So that way people know what the plan is. Raisu Palace. Bosses. So Auspicious Parry, which is under Tactics. I already have Auspicious Parry, so that's not worth trying to capture. Spellbreaker's not worth trying to capture either. Shroud of Silence? Shroud of Silence isn't that the one that's hot garbage? Yes, that's the one that's hot garbage. So there might not actually be any... Because this character is just doing these 3 professions. So if I don't want the warrior... I already have the warrior skill, so I can't recapture that. And if I don't want the monk or the assassin one, and I do not, then there's actually no need for Signet of Capture here. Okay. Yeah, Healing Burst is just, I think is a stronger choice a lot of the time because the AI is just not smart enough to optimize Word of Healing. I usually wouldn't think of echoing monk skills, but that's an interesting idea. It plays really well if you have Arcane Mimicry and a Unyielding Aura ally. So you can snag their Unyielding Aura because the bonus healing from that is also boosted by Unyielding Aura, which is really nice. Let's see. I think I might grab Pain Inverter for the Elementalist boss. Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to want to set up... Why is everybody facing away from me? Sister Ty. This is the decent one, I think. And I think Jamie is the one whose skills all cost too much. I think Jamie might not be here, though. Okay, I don't need to clear out anything in my... I do need to clear out things in my inventory. Turns out. What did I get with this anyway? Energy +5 while health is below 50%. Cool. That's a terrible, absolutely terrible wand. Most of this stuff is just good for the merchant. I'll grab the bones out of that, though. Okay, drop some of these materials off. I don't need more tanned hide. I have 500. And where is the merchant? Aha! Haruko! I need to speak with you. I think I'm going to bring Danica and Sin. I don't know. I've often brought Danica and Talon, but... See, and I'm probably going to want to switch to Axe when we fight Shido. Oh, do I want this skill? I could grab Storm of Swords, which is really good. You get to use it with every boss. Is that better than Pain Inverter or one of my other skills? Maybe? Okay, well, let's just grab Sin and Danica. I don't think I want Conveying Skill here. Argo is garbage. I don't know why anybody would pick Argo. He just knocks us down and it skips you, like, a fight. Yeah, it is pretty ridiculous. I'll be grabbing it for the fight against Shido, for sure. But I'll also be grabbing an assassin for that fight. I think. I'll have to look at what my skill selection is, actually. I like having an assassin available with Wild Blow for the fight against Shido, but... Always important to take out your Spirits of Recuperation. Well... Or Restoration, rather. Sure, it does a lot of damage. It's just this party is very ranged, so it's not going to be as spectacular against... I mean, it's going to be really good, but... I just kind of wanted Pain Inverter for the LA boss, so... eh. Okay, there's Ancient Sword Kai. I don't know what Song of the Mist does offhand. In normal mode, this mission's not particularly hard either. I mean, it's... can have challenging parts, but... do their monks have... they might have deny hexes, now that I think about it. I have Spellbreaker. I don't know where you think you're going. But you ain't. Ah, they have reverse hacks, I see. Okay, up here's Talon's room. This is definitely useful. Otherwise you get a lot of fights in this middle area. That, for some reason, Talon can close. Wonky system. I would imagine the Disc of Chaos is... but I don't actually know. Does the wiki have values on that? That's where I would check. Because the Disc of Chaos has an absurd amount of HP. There we go. That'll help with my energy. But yeah, Rotwing also has a lot of HP, so... I don't think I've ever done Galrath hard mode. I should do that sometime. Are we done fighting yet? No? Alright. And Doom, Rotwing's number 1 at 35k. Oh yeah, Doom has a lot of health too. Yeah, that fight took for freaking ever. In normal mode, it took forever. Yeah, I have no idea what HP values are on some of those enemies. I feel like the high health boss that I run across the most, like, on the regular is easily the Disc of Chaos, but Disc with a C, by the way, not a K. Wiki doesn't actually give an HP value for it that I'm seeing. It can drop a warrior skill tome. I just know it feels really, 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 really tanky. The Great Destroyer goes down really easily because you can get it. You can Pain Inverter it and have it like nuke itself. Yeah. Yeah, the Great Destroyer is completely dumpstered by Pain Inverter. Pain Inverter interrupts. Oh, you've made it so that way we can trigger a skill that hits all of like everything around us just by interrupting any of your actions? I guess you're going to nuke yourself then, friend. I'm still super disappointed by the Great Destroyer and like the way the Destroyers play out, though. It feels very untrue to the lore as established in Sorrow's Furnace. But I talked about that when I talked about Eye of the North in the slow playthrough. Oh my goodness, so many copies. Of debilitating. Is it debilitating shot? The minus energy bow attack. Okay, let's try to avoid aggroing Usun if we can. Let's insult this guy. I'm going to keep an eye on the Ancient Star here. There we go. Starburst himself. Excellent. Well, when you interrupt the Great Destroyer, it uses that, like, retaliation AoE move. So. Okay, Sin is about to come into play here. Take that bridge. Good job, Sin. You showed that bridge who's boss. And then Danica. Thanks for running inside and closing the door. Now I just need to contend with these guys out here. Debilitating shot. Okay. It's like you reach a point where you know exactly what all of the skills in the game do, but you can't remember the name of any of them. Getting here. Then I will have a couple of skills I want to capture. Shido is quite dead and unable to interact with the physical universe himself. Able to make Shidoken. Uh, he has some ability to have the souls bound. I don't know where the constructs that he's binding the souls to come from. That's a really good question. The faction's plot is not well conceived in my mind. Like, it feels like they made a first pass on it and then had to implement that because they constantly felt like they were behind on time. That's how it feels to me. I don't know what the reality of the situation was. Has anybody ever picked Panaku for this? Or rather, has anybody ever picked Panaku beyond the first time that they picked Panaku? Not knowing what he'd do. That works. He just seems... Apparently Shido was just significantly more powerful as an envoy. I don't know why he had this whole plot become mortal. It clearly backfires horribly on him. Here's restoration. Take that, vengeful weapon cast. I guess we are going to go fight these guys over here. A meteor shower is just going over here. Sure, why not? Panaku is supposed to, like, turn off these, like, acid traps that do a little bit of damage to you when you're in them. And then there's this random short cutscene that moves us, like, a little bit further forward. I'm not sure why that's there. It's always confused me. Here we are. Yeah, I don't like the envoy thing. Like, why are the envoys introduced here? Like, why are the envoys... Okay, so my problem with it is it feels like it's somehow making the expression of the religion different between the different regions of the world. The envoys are presented as a Canthan thing. But presumably they serve Grenth. Right? Presumably they serve the gods, and in this case that means Grenth. Ooh, good. I interrupted diversion. So wouldn't they serve him in every region? Wouldn't every region have the attention of envoys? Can Prince Rurik become an envoy? Like, how does somebody become an envoy? Is it a punishment? Why are you entrusting envoyship, a position of authority, to somebody who's proven themselves to be a criminal? Like, how does Shido become an envoy? The whole thing just doesn't make sense to me. So anyway, envoys, what's up with them? And again, like, part of it too is just the objection of, like, okay, if the envoys are supposed to be these religious beings, yeah, like, that doesn't make sense. Like, why is being an envoy a punishment? I guess because you're having to, instead of relaxing, you're having to work for your afterlife? But then clearly it's able to go wrong with Shido gaining power, so I have no idea. The whole system is weird and nonsensical to me. I think Soulstone salvage to granite. Yeah, I'm going to salvage these. Oh. Well, congratulations to me. I have a sack of granite now. Don't know what I'm doing with it. I'd like to hang on to it. Let's just put this Dance with Death in this sword. pretty much can only go wrong because you select the most evil and ambitious people in the universe. Yeah, it's like, how does this not always backfire every single time? It is super perplexing to me. Again, also, the fact that they theoretically are servants of the gods, right? They theoretically are serving Grenth. You would literally have envoys everywhere because everywhere has people dying that you would theoretically need envoys for unless they're just a completely arbitrary system. So I don't really get the envoy thing. It does not make any sense to me. Hey Kunavang, hope you're doing well today. I'm ignoring you because I don't need your skill. Just need to get back to the bridge. I could go for fewer diversions. But I'll take them over my healer getting its healing burst diverted or something. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of the envoy thing either. There's a lot I like about factions. The story is not high on that list. Xingje is, though. Xingje is really cool. I'm definitely feeling not having my Drunken Master. The Ellie. There's the Ellie. Yeah, you don't get a Starburst dust, thanks. It's the first time someone's actually thought about how an afterlife in a modern fantasy works. That's cool. I feel like a lot of people don't think about that sort of stuff very well in fantasy settings. I think a lot of people don't think about afterlife very well at all in general, but that's sort of regardless, but that's another discussion entirely. No, not the sliver armor. Ow, 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 ow. Little healing breeze. Dang it. Is really wanting to stop sliver armor there. I see. Okay, where's the Spirit of Restoration? There it is. You need to make sure you take out the Spirits of Restoration, because they are resurrects. Yeah. Oh man, I still remember that process of finding these bosses. It was so cool. For crying out loud, I forgot to change my secondary. Back we go. I wanted to capture both the warrior and the assassin skill, because the assassin skill I find to be useful even on as a secondary, because it's a pretty nice shadow step. This is not where Drunken Master is. But I just totally forgot to change my secondary, which makes me feel silly. So I have to go through all that again. So, cool. Let's go fight some more Shidoken, I guess. Oh, good. Talcor just managed to give herself a bunch of overcast by casting through Arcane Linger, but she did not get anything critical diverted. This is kind of a pain to get to. Oh, good. Somebody stopped the sliver armor. Yeah. Shadow Theft is like losing a bunch of attribute points is pretty nasty. Shuriken Elementalists are so annoying as enemies. I think their design is solid, it's just I don't have enchantment removal to be able to deal with their sliver armor. Well, that's somewhat unfortunate, but could be worse. Felt like it recharged fairly quickly. Maybe they don't have a huge investment in Domination magic. Yeah, I guess they're more illusion mesmers with some. I don't know. They got skills from all three attribute lines. So it's -3, 10 seconds, 55 damage. I don't know what a 55 damage one of those means. I feel like I went through this faster this time. I'm not sure why. I mean, Drunken Master obviously is going to speed me up a little bit, but that much? Seems a bit of a stretch. There we go. Okay, I don't need to kill these guys. Let's return to right Imperial Sanctum. Okay. I want to switch over to Axe Mastery. Because I have Whirling Axe, which is going to be helpful against Shido. And Livia's bar is not very good here. So let's kick her and add Zenmai, I guess. Well, she's already runed up. I don't think she's going to keep doing this, but... let's see. This armor's fine. I want my strength shield, my axe hat, and some axes. Let's see, you move like a dwarf is not very useful against Shido unless I bring stuff to help me knock him down. Let's see. I need to go see what I've got. I still don't have Guardian, right? No. Okay, do I have Wild Strike? Okay, I do. Good. Good. Zenmai. I don't know what's going on with your bar. I'm okay with this lead. But I want Wild Strike. I have Flashing Blades? Excellent. Let's go with Flashing Blades. Do I have... Might as well put on Critical Eye. Do not have critical defenses. That's unfortunate, but here we are. Critical defenses would be nice. It's not necessary, but it would be nice. I'll put on Critical Strike as well, because why not? Don't really need another stance. Let's see. Antidote Signet might be good. But I don't have any copies of Antidote Signet, because of course I don't. Do I have Remedy Signet? I do. Follow-up question. Is Haida using it? She is not. Okay. I have Shadow Song, so I want the ability to remove... for her to remove blind from herself, potentially, if it gets redirected. Power Return's not super useful here. I don't feel like changing it, though. I think most of this is probably going to be fine. But I do want Zenmai on some additional stance removal. I don't know that I need Mental Block. Pain Inverter is good here, though. I want to leave a spot open. I could bring for Great Justice. Body Blow's solid. It's not a bad idea. Let me actually quickly check. Let's see. It cannot copy monster skills such as turtle, shell, or battle scars, it says on the wiki page. So, unfortunately, that's not going to be any good here. As much as we might wish it were otherwise. I'm going to grab For Great Justice, I think. And let's see, that's stance removal. Let's see, I do get one more PvE-only skill as well. Actually, Tryptophan Signet should slow him down. That seems good. Alright, let's just go intermission. It's normal mode, shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes, please. Thank you. I thought I only needed to kill you once in the courthouse. There we go. Minimal optimization for fighting Shido. I do like that they turned the Jade Wind in on him, though. I think that's pretty cool. Hello, son. Adept of Steel. Give me that Gavel of the Nephilim. Yeah. This is my Vamp Hammer. Hey, Kunavang. How are you doing today? I have bad news for you. Shido will trouble us later. They're not taking him to a very secure location. Assassins and Ritualists. Here's where I could make the elite Canthan armor. I wonder what the skin actually looks like. Not bad, actually. So yeah, yep. Also, only Ritualists and Assassins. I don't know why I'm running through this area, but why not? Yep, I defeated Shido. You're all saved now. I'm gonna give this to the Luxons. I'm gonna get my... Why is that the quest that it defaulted to? I want to get my my Luxon title. I'm already R7 Kurzik. I want to get this up to R6 so I can use those skills and equal strength. So. Okay. So now I want to go elite skill capturing. I have Assassin's Promise. That's cool. Wait, have the prices of rubies and sapphires come down? They had been like 4K or something for a while there. I mean, this character already has a decent spread of armor, including Elite Gladiator for Radiant, and then some Knights. I don't know. I like my armor sets and whatever this weird Survivor mix is with Stonefist boots. I don't even really know what insignia I'd want if I were to get another set of armor. That's not too bad. I do have a character that I want to get Vabian on. But I also kind of want to do enough Winds of Change to be able to get it. I'm doing that. But yeah, I mean, it's 10k per piece, so that you're saving compared to other 15k armors. Hello, Phoenix. Bunch of Royal Guard. Hello, Emperor Kisu. And then there's the secret spot and finding that everybody is so excited to get themselves to. Back in the day. I'm gonna slot on Furious Axe here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to go acquire some Signets of Capture, but that's not too big of a deal to do. Full wind attack. Cyclone Axe. I don't know why Whirling Axe doesn't deal more damage, but here we are. Oh, I don't have Cleave on this character. That's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Signet of Malice. Okay, I'm gonna kick Zenmai and grab Olivia back in here. Yeah, it's not like it's below. Like this is plus 21. It's plus 21. It's just Cleave hits harder at the same adrenaline cost, so Whirling Axe looks a bit weak. But part of the reason why Cleave hits harder is because it doesn't have the bonus effect of unblockable stance ending, which obviously Furious Axe combines well with. Let's see. I have 19 skill points now. Taking the long way around here. Luxenbard. Yes, I do need to remember to give you this. Take it, please. 40,000 Friend of the Luxen points is not nothing, but the amount that you need makes it pretty insignificant. A lot of additional quests I could do around here. Excuse me. Okay, let's grab... some Sickness of Capture and begin looking at let's see, these skill locations, factions, please. Give me another 15 platinum. Okay. Palm Strike is cool, but I don't need that, so I don't need anything Buck Deck Byway. Dragon's Throat is a place where you can go get some skills, but I don't really want any of... or to want to go there to get them. Oh yeah, I could grab Sign of Judgment in Nipui Quarter, but there's other places to get that that are less annoying. Battle Rage I already have. Assassin's Promise I already have. Vicious Parry I already have. I already checked Raisu Palace, so I don't need any of those. Raisu Palace Explorable, yes, has a bunch of skills there. Nothing that I particularly want. Shenzhen Tunnels has Martyr. I don't really feel like I want Martyr on my warrior, though. Flashing Blades might be okay. Yeah, Flashing Blades is an okay pickup. Okay, so Lieu of the Nisen. Shenzhen Tunnels. So, let's see. I want to start by grabbing, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Skills are available based upon account completion stuff, so this account has all skills unlocked, so I have all skills available at Michiko. Let's see. A number of these I do want to be picking up at some point. I'm going to grab that first, though, of these. Yeah, I eventually want to pick up, like, most of these. Be a little bit more strategic to start, though. One of the more useful ones. Signal of Strength would be nice to have as an option, I guess, sometimes. Where I'm at skill point wise, I have a few skill points left. I think I might save them for other secondaries. Okay. This is all a bunch of stuff I want to salvage. Okay, Shenzhen Tunnels. I think Sunjing District is closest, so let's go from Sunjing District. The exit's over this way. Over this way we shall go. I do need to get a couple of my newer weapons customized. Gonna update the stream title since I finished factions, so there's no reason to mention that anymore as a specific thing. Let's see, I can go get Cleave off of boss. Of course I'm blinded. Why wouldn't I be blinded? Don't know what else I'd expect. I neglected to bring Imlad with me. I have other stuff going on, which meant I did not have a way to stop it from using Aegis. Much to my chagrin. Okay, we should just be up in that sort of area up that way, so... Force throw dirt. I really do like having the weakness spreading on me from Withering Aura. It's really good on Hammer, incidentally. Actually, I don't mind standing here for a moment. Koro, how did you end up dying in there? Okay, Lu should be down this way. I don't know how often I would want to use Flashing Blades, but it's nice to have it as an option. Minions want to go fight some people up there, apparently. There you are. Blinding Powder. Okay, let's just pop back into town. I don't need to sit out here. Give me my whirling axe back. Yeah, see, that's nice. Okay, okay, let's see. Don't want Martyr. Already talked about that. 100 blades. Do I have 100 blades yet? No, 100 blades would not be a bad pickup. Neither would Life Sheath, actually. Okay, so that's in Sunjang District Explorable. Here we go. Here's the map. Okay, so I need to go from Zenku, of course. Drop that. I don't know about that. I want 2 Signets of Capture. I want to make sure I'm slash monk. I'm going to be real disappointed with myself. Yeah. I think I might bring remove Hex, honestly. Actually, hexes haven't really been a problem. conditions have been, though. Do I have... No, I don't have Mending Touch. I could go buy Mending Touch. That's not a terrible idea, actually. Let's see. I have 6. Let's go grab... Six plat. And let's go... I do like the idea of going to Harvest Temple just because it's a small town. A lot of them I like to have removed, though. Ah, for crying out loud. Okay, well, it's interesting. Armor set. That looks like... That looks... Is that an Eye of the North armor set? Because that looks like Primeval, but it's... Maybe it's just the dye. Okay, well, I guess I'm not going there. Senji's Corner has a skill person. I'll go Senji's Corner. Some players a little bit smaller than Kaineng. Is the big thing that I'm looking for. Okay. Let's see. I thought Mending Touch was a faction skill. Must be Nightfall. So again, my account doesn't have any limits on what skill trainers can train because it has all skills unlocked. So that's not a concern. Skill trainers have all skills unlocked on your account available at them, with some notable exceptions, like pre-searing stuff. Let's see. Guess I'll go... It's really annoying, but... I don't think there's a skill trainer at Console Dock, so I just need to go to Commandant Julivistan, Prius, Sasuke, Vec, and Livia. That's weird. There's Mending Touch. Let's see. Forensic Defense is not high on my priority list. Kale Smash is a good skill to be picking up now, though. Let's see, I'm down to 2 skill points. Trying to decide if there's any other... I'll pick up Burst of Aggression. Hey, Fear. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well today. Grab Retribution too while I'm here. Okay. That is not the M button. Let's see. I wanted Livia, Vec, Sasuke, and Parias back in my party. This is not a new account, Nixborn. Hello, welcome. A skill booster league is done with this separate tool that I made that has specific lists of skills and quantities on them. So across my entire party, I can say only use 2 copies of Lightning Touch, which is not particularly relevant for that skill, but is relevant for things like Flesh of My Flesh, where I think I only have the 1 copy right now. Unless I got another one recently. Let's see, there it is. Only 1 copy of Flesh of My Flesh, so only one of my characters can use it. So it means I have to diversify stuff. And what skills I have access to. This character is somewhat matured in this because I've gone through Factions and Eye of the North. And a little bit of Prophecies and Nightfall, so I have a decent selection of skills available. But for example, I don't have Guardian, which normally I'd want on my monks, but I just don't have Guardian unlocked yet, unless I've unlocked it in the past little bit when I wasn't noticing. Should be right in between these two. There's booster packs, so there's a whole list of pack types that I've made here in an editor in the settings tab. Yes, right here. Where is it? Is it this? This defines sets. Yeah, so you define sets here. So you define sets, and that just describes what's in there, what's the contents of the booster pack, what skills are in the set and stuff. So you can edit them. That shows up in a separate window, which I don't have captured in OBS, so you can't actually see that. And then you just add a booster, and it will add a random selection of skills based upon like rarities and some other criteria and stuff to your pool. So if you're interested in trying the tool out, you can download it there. And I also made a video overview of it, which you can see is linked there as well. If you want more information, that's a great place to go look. But yeah, there's a lot of other stuff in here too. There's template drafting, which is similar to Wooden Potatoes Monster Draft, if you've seen that, where you can set up draft rounds of a pool of template codes, and then draft them. So for example, I could start a draft round, and it would give me some stuff to pick, and I could, pick them and build up a thing that way. And then there's also a codex function, which is not like 100% where I want it, but it does a decent enough job. And I found that Skill Booster League and template drafting and some of the other challenge options that I have in here are more interesting than just raw codexes anyway. But there you can roll different rules, like no profession may be duplicated in primary secondaries, so or like elites that your party has to have, and other things like that. Random templates that you have to include. Mandatory skills that have to be distributed across your party however you want. Things like that. So, a bunch of different stuff in here. But I'm just using the Skill Booster League. It also comes with a template code parser, if you want to look into that. But yeah. So that's what I'm doing for the Skill Booster League. It just, because I have all skills unlocked, it's really easy for me to have kind of a default way that I'm going about building my characters. So this is a way of helping to counteract that tendency and to get me trying different skills. And I enjoy the build craft of the game, so it's a great way of like encouraging me in that. So. It's probably, some of the stuff is going to be better for actually a fully unlocked account, because it's going to have like yeah, I'm hoping there is sales too. I'm with you on that one. But I do think the things actually, like, I made it for using with my fully unlocked account, because I really had, there's a skill trainer there. I really had hoped, like the goal of, I hope that stuff goes on sale for the anniversary. I also like made it for a fully unlocked account, so that way I don't just use the fact that I have everything unlocked. So, I mean, you could certainly try it with a new account, but it means that you're going to be like having to figure out what skills you're unlocking, so that way you can actually use the pool that you're given and things like that. I more made it, like I said, as a tool to sort of restrict my fully unlocked account's skill choice. So it's just a separate thing. But yeah, if you're curious on more details, certainly the full overview is a good place to go. Oh, Ampha Marksman. Did they actually put the accounts or the games themselves on sale, or was it just like the additional microtransaction-y stuff last year? Yeah, I'm with you. I'm waiting to pick up some additional mercenary hero slots and character slots, so. "19 bones. That afflicted was full of bones." Oh, that well of power is nice. 1 of 2. Let's see, I think the warrior should be over this way. Yeah, it's not worth using. That mine no spec. Okay, let me double check wiki. Yeah, so it's over in this area, it looks like. I think I should be able to get there this way. There's some weird spots in this map that get a little confusing, where it's like an overlook rather than a... Oh, I can literally see the warrior's construct from here. Okay, fine. That tells me I'm going the right direction then. But there's some weird spots here that I've gotten confused by, where it's kind of more of a overhang that overlooks something than an actual, like, destination path. So that's always a little confusing. Everybody over here under our well of power. Yeah, there's a warrior construct. Rituals is probably a fairly high priority target. Grab myself 100 blades. Actually liking that this bar has a decent way of dealing with some of the nonsense that the enemies around here like to do. I am on fire for a very long time. That means I got mine burned. I keep dropping armor. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go pick up some armor pieces through these enemies that are dropping them. It specifically requires you to be wielding a sword to work. That's a lot of Plagueborn armor. I'm gonna need a new ID kit too. Okay, let's look up locations again. Is that Senjin District? Tanagai Temple, that doesn't have anything I want. No, either way. Undercity does. Also, I actually have a thing for a boss there, a bounty. Okay. Okay, that's closest to Buckdeck Byway, but the other boss is next to the Watchin Bazaar. I mean, I want to go to Watchin Bazaar either way. Or the marketplace, rather. Okay, so this... I have a thing for Chung the Attuned? Okay, where's he? Okay, so he's near that direction, so we'll go in from there. I probably should try to do this in hard mode, but I might want a slightly different party configuration for that. I just need one signet of capture. So I do get another PvE skill slot. Question, am I working on these Winds of Change quests by chance? I am not currently working on Winds of Change on this character. I am currently just capturing some elite skills, so I have some more options available to me. I have played through Winds of Change before. If you're interested, you can find VODs of those on my YouTube channel. I will play through Winds of Change again at some point, I'm sure. But right now, this character is just short on elite skills, so I'm capturing some. Let's see, do I want Imlad? Or do I want something else? Imlad's a really nice option. But my energy is also kind of tight with this. And I want that, so I think I want something adrenaline here. Whirlwind attack is just fine then. We'll see how this goes in hard mode. I kind of expect it to go poorly. This team is not amazing. It's fine for what I've been doing, but... well, we shall see. We shall see, won't we? Good iron ingots. Asung! Please to be making your acquaintance. I would like to sell you this so I can buy another ID kit. So I can identify the rest of the stuff I'm going to sell you. Okay, we'll see how things go for this first part. If it seems like this team's not doing it, I may reconsider. Am I actually better? You know what? I'm actually better off going there from the Pui Quarter, so let's do that. Factions actually went by really quickly for finishing that. There's Kaya. The Imperial Guard of Ranto. Always makes me think of Raktho Domini. Way back in the day. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but... Hello, Ampha Assassin. It's nice to have this combo to bust through flashing blades. Fierce Axe and Whirling Axe are good buds. Okay, I'm going to need to be careful about aggro here. This is a lot of enemies. Hey, you. Your attention, if you please. Well, we've over-aggroed by just a little bit. Fortunately, these guys aren't super tanky, but there are an awful lot of them. Oh, I'm about to get spiked. Oh yeah, I was right. Goose that laid the golden egg, eh? My goodness, so many freaking traps. Okay. Let's get these Ampha down. Well, this is promising. If we can over aggro like this and have one casualty, it looks like, then I think we'll be okay. Because that was a serious over aggro. I do kind of want to sit in this well of power. I don't know. Can we get another well of power going? No? Okay. You turned everybody into minions, you're saying? Alright then. Alright, the Undercity. Looks like the initial boss that I need is down this direction. Chung the Attuned, who has Shocker of Shockers, Elemental Attunement. I don't need that on this character, obviously. It is an elemental skill. This character is not getting slash elementalist, but also it is energy storage, which most elites that are off, that are in a primary attribute, are not useful on a secondary. There are some exceptions. There's Chung the Attuned over there. A good example of an exception is Flourish, which I find quite useful. More useful, in fact, on a secondary than on a primary. Rather than, because it's in strength. But I find it's very useful for recharging dagger and bow attacks. This is such a cinematic area. Okay, none of these are assassins, which is why I was tabbing through the enemies to try to find out. Oh, we have bad. Okay, Chunga's behind us. Ow, I just got wrecked by traps. $278 damage lightning orb. My goodness, that hurts. Okay, there we go. He's down. That will complete my Zaishin bounty that I had hanging around. So that'll be nice. Turn in for some coins. Okay, now the boss that I actually want is north. So I'm going to go that direction. I appreciate the vote of need there. Yeah, drop meteors on them. Still think Meteor Shower should have a bigger AoE size. For how many resources and time, especially, you're putting into making it happen? A Men Body and Soul somewhere on this team would not be out of place, I think. I may consider that as an option at some point in time here. I don't think your rock comes down as far as it was supposed to, ArenaNet. Just saying. Okay, marksman, there's one assassin in this group. Oh, of course it went through. And that is why I have Mending Touch, which is a very good skill that I've forgotten how good it was until I started doing stuff with it just now. There's Chun the Dragon's Blood, or Chan the Dragon's Blood. Very good spot to capture Bip if you need Bip. I am somewhat limited in my condition removal on my team right now, so having the additional option on myself is very welcome for being able to get rid of blind in specific. I just have this men condition, or this men ailment. If anybody's wondering why I'm using men ailments, the AI doesn't spam it too much, and it helps with condition stacks really well. I've found that I actually really like men ailment on the AI. I think, like, if I'm a human player, I like dismiss and men condition probably better, but on the AI, I really like men ailment. Just because of the way the AI works. It's one of those weird little quirks of circumstance. Why are these Canthan peasants angry with me? There's like Ampha recruits or something? Is that the story that's going on here? I mean, regardless, I do need to go this direction. There's a lot of Ampha. There's something very intentional going on here with his enemies. I find myself not entirely sure what it is. I used that too early. There we go. We got ourselves some attention. Healing Breeze, another one of those skills, by the way, that I think is actually substantially better than it's usually thought of as being, because it's kind of a fire and forget heal, and the AI is not going to spam it on the same person if they're in trouble, and it really helps smooth out like a lot of little hits. So instead of spending like 15 energy to do those heals, you kind of get it in one go. Well, that was annoying. Gonna kind of wait for this cripple to wear off on my party so we're not getting too separated by half of my party being really slow. That'd be a spot where having charge would be nice over incoming. Let's remove all that crippled in one fell shout. I don't think this actually connects, does it? No, maybe it does. The Undercity is a little bit of a confusing zone that I don't spend a whole lot of time in. We're going to fight these guys. Wasn't necessarily planning on that, but we are now. Oh man, that meteor shower looks really nice. It sounds like he's led a bunch of white metal off into banditry or something. Is my impression. What I find is a bigger question for me is why do we have a skill called Galrath Slash that Galrath doesn't use because he's an axe wielder instead of a sword wielder? I find that to be supremely bizarre. But I believe the quest dialogue elaborates some on it, doesn't it? I think... Oh, that's what it was. Galrath wants to break into the wizard's like floating island area, that wizard's stronghold, and steal magics from there to make himself more powerful or something. He does use a sword in hard mode. That's good. The normal mode version uses an axe, which I've found to be more than a little perplexing. Let's see. I guess we're going to go over this way. Through the Kappa lands. Wow, Dunkoro got wrecked. Fortunately, our resurrectors are on it. There's a ritualist around here somewhere down the floor. I want to get some of these physical attackers out of my back line. I'm going to need that ritualist gone. Okay, that ritualist is gone now. Excellent. Good job, my back line. I feel like I'm taking the long way around. I believe these guys have Shatterstone. Oh, they definitely have rust. Okay, yeah, I need to go back up and over and across the bridges. I think this might be able to get where I want to go, but I feel like the sword would be viable if Silverwing, Galarath, and Standing Slash all cost you less. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know why Galarath Slash and Silverwing Slash are so expensive. I feel like they overestimated how good swords were, or maybe they were just really popular, so they thought they were really strong because everybody's using them because they were popular, because people like swords rather than they're actually good. You know what I mean? Yeah, I agree. Sword feels like it's just a little bit lacking. And having Galarath, Slash, and Silverwing at 6 Adrenaline would be really nice. I think they're probably more like a 7 Adrenaline skills. I don't feel that they stack up favorably to Executioners, but how do they compare to Mighty? I mean, this is one of those things where it's like Executioner's Strike at 16 is plus 42 for 8 Adrenaline. Galarath Slash is going to be 43, so it actually stacks up fairly well with Executioner's Strike. It just looks a little meh. I think the big thing is it just feels really underwhelming. Okay, now that these Afflicted have been softened up by the Kappa, let's go ahead and get in there and continue the fight. Oh, good. I always like seeing an Aegis interrupted. Why did we charge all my skills? Did somebody kill the... There's an Elementalist boss around here. Yeah, I think a lot of it is Sword just has a lot of duplicate skills that feel a little underwhelming too. Pure Strike slash Jaizanju. And like Sword has a lot of weird energy skills. So Pure Strike and Jaizanju. Standing Slash, like, I don't know. Sword is just really, 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 really weird. There's the boss I want, the Afflicted Miju. We're going to want to hit that one hard. Wait for the minions to catch up, such as they are. Oh, that's going to hurt. I would not ordinarily go after this in hard mode, but I had that other thing that I wanted. This might take a couple runs into here. Yeah, again, I don't know why stuff is split up like it is. That is very strange. Oh, good. Very happy to see that meteor shower. I don't think we're recovering from this, but... Unless Livia can pull off some sort of miracle. She seems determined to not use any of her skills, though. I don't know why that was. That's fine. Think we get this Rest Shrine? Yeah. A little bit of hike, but not too bad. Boy, my inventory's full of junk. Hey, Major Vigor. That's nice. Let's see what's on this clouded mall. Cool, that's going straight to the merchant. Hello, Equal Rules. Yeah, these builds are not like... I'm working with my restricted set of skills, so... they're not optimized for hard mode by any means. Plus, that's a very large group of Afflicted. As you can see, a bunch of them are kind of scattering out in the area now. So that was also technically a massive over-aggro. All things that didn't help. And for some reason, Livia's AI decided that she just wanted to stand there and not do anything, which was also not ideal. There's a lot of things that went wrong with that fight. Hang on, I want to salvage these chakram and this crenellated sword. Should be a little bit easier when the boss is on their own. Like, you get things like Ray of Judgment getting interrupted. There we go. Excellent. Alright, time to leave here. I'm going to go take a trip to the Great Temple of Balthazar while I'm thinking about it. Turn in this bounty to my good buddy Zenshu. Cool. That cloth is not something I need anymore. Frostbound Vitae. I don't think that's actually worth much these days. If anything, Plague Idols are iron ingots. Let's grab that Major Vigor out of here. I'm going to give it to Dunkoro. So none of my characters need Major Vigors as far as I'm aware. Oh, I did a time for heroes as well. Okay, sure. I'll grab that. Brings me up to a full stack. Thank you. Let's see. What is today's bounty? Here, speak. I don't really want to go after him. Fort Rannick, sure. I'll grab Fort Rannick. I don't know when I'm going to do it. It's going to be a while before I get down there, but... See, I don't think Frostbound or Vitae are worth anything, but it doesn't hurt to check. Frostbound... Vitae, yeah, neither of those are worth anything. Minor Vigor are really cheap these days. Everybody upgrading to Major or something. Yes, I want to sell it. It's garbage. Okay, thank you. Okay, back to Kining Center. Yes. That's where I'm going around capturing skills. And let's see what I want to go after next. So that was just the Undercity that I looked at. Yep, grabbed that. I'm not going into Vizuna Square, thanks. Watching Bazaar, I believe I already have Quivering Blade. I could grab Word of Censure. That's a little bit of an odd choice, but I might grab it just to have it. It's not high on my list, though. Let me put it that way. Where's my ship? Quivering Blade. Yes, okay, I do have that. Because Word of Censure at best can do 63 armor ignoring damage. At 10 energy, it's just so expensive. Chickwing Skyway. I don't think I want any of those skills there. Or I don't necessarily mind picking up Word of Healing, but there's a lot of other places to capture it that are not Chickwing Skyway, and therefore are more convenient, so I'm not going after that. I know I have both of those from Ultramarines. Arbor Stone, I have Forceful Blow. I've been using it like crazy. Yep. None of those are Warrior, Monk, or... The Eternal Grove has the Afflicted Senku. Yeah, I don't really care about Shadow Form at the moment. Eternal Grove. Air of Enchantment I don't want. Healing Burst is underwhelming. Yeah, I don't think I want Healing Burst. Mobius Strike. I don't think Mobius Strike is worth picking up on this character because I'm going to want to use Elite Energy Management, so that kind of doesn't work. Shove I already have. Beguiling Haze. Aura of Displacement. That would be good to pick up. Ferndale. Okay, so that's going to be going over to Assassin Land here. I do have Signet of Malice. Do I want Signet of Malice? Kind of. Well, let's slot it on anyways. Actually, you know what might be better? That. Because I do want to go over this way anyway, so those are kind of on the way. Yeah, actually trying to think within SWS without having the skill is really... 7 weapon stance without having the skill. Right, actually trying to think within 7 weapon stance without having the skill is really difficult. Term that other really good warrior stances are defensive. Warrior stances are definitely not as diverse as I would like. There's just... Yeah, tactics is a lot of different defensive stances, primarily. Think within... I'm not quite sure what you mean by trying to think within 7 weapon stance without having the skill. You find actually trying to think within 7 weapon stance without having the skill is really difficult. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Let's see, I just need to go this direction. I'm gonna stop standing and stuff that's causing me a bunch of pain. Hello, Mantis Dreamweaver. How are you doing today? What did Ash Blast used to do before they made it the burning thing? It had some other functionality. That doesn't matter that much. I do want to pick up Empathic Removal as well, but that's in a different map. But it's a very useful option to have available to me. Ah, we have a Mender here. That's part of why they're feeling so weirdly tanky. Let's see, I believe the dredge I want is going to be along this path somewhere. Yeah, Urkel the Ambusher over there. Aura of Displacement's hilarious to remove. It's not my favorite skill in PvE. For sure. Especially as a solo player where you're leading a party of heroes. I don't mind picking it up because I like having the option. But when you're leading heroes as a solo player, they're going to move forward, so it loses value. The ability to kind of dart in and out is much higher in PvP, but also just higher in general when you're not a solo player. So I can use it right now to get over to this guy. Hi, enormous backline. Okay, here's the gardener. And there's the other gardener. That was not from a massive distance, but whatever. That was just a huge number of dredge. I do want to get over to the man, I remember when they added, like, originally these intermediary zones, like the one, or outposts like the one I'm about to go to, did not exist. And I'm really glad they added them. I don't know. I still feel like having quicker, or like one-way, cheaper one-way stuff is better most of the time for Shadow Steps. Like if I were adding skills to this game, I would add like a 15-second recharge elite, like 5 energy, quarter second cast time, 15-second recharge, Shadow Step to target, Shadow Step to your target. That's it. Just Shadow Step to your target. So whatever you target, whether an ally or an enemy, you Shadow Step to it. No other effects. Like, that would be a really useful skill in PvE, I think. Just no attribute, nothing. Make it nice and easy to use. Hey, we have favor right now. It's good for everybody trying to get the silver edge or whatever it is. Your furious green. Yeah, these gates. These gates originally did not exist. And then they added them, which was really nice because everything was very inconvenient without them. Actually, I think I'm going to need 2 signets of capture out here. If I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken. Lander's Hope. No, wait, no. There's just empathic removal. What am I thinking of? Do I have charge on this character? Nope. Well, I'm going to remedy that. Oh, Morningvale Falls has cleave. Okay. Well, let's just start by getting rid of one of these and putting Whirlwind Attack back on. Going out on Blander's Hope and grabbing Empathic Removal from Bizarre Wingmender. I mean, what would people be expecting from something like that, though? It's not going to be like, I'm just glad it's not another friggin' Sundering 15/50 Fortitude sword. The fact that it's Furious is nice. I mean, yeah, they certainly hit it. I agree. Like, it's not, like, super special. It would have been nice if it had, like... I'm not surprised it didn't have a unique skin, though. It would have been neat if they had given it, like, some sort of specific dye job. I don't know if they did or not. But, yeah, like, it is... They made it super non-obvious. But I think it's still really cool. It's really cool to be able to ping that you have it. And I'm glad that it's at least Furious, which is a nice mod to have. A lot of people prefer... It's Fortitude, right? It's Furious 15/50 Fortitude, yeah? A lot of people really like Fortitude. The Mastery mods are not anywhere near as popular in the community. This character is using some of them, but... community-wide, they're not popular. But the thing is, you can't please everybody with something like that. The fact that it took so long to find is interesting. Well, different people feel differently. Like, this is the thing, though. Everybody has a different idea of what's good, to some extent. And there's a certain amount of community consensus. But... okay. Excellent. I want to go to Morostov. Now, am I better off going from Vasberg Armor and Unwaking Waters? That's the question. Let's see, because I just want to capture Charge. Okay. I'm better off going from Unwaking Waters. Alright. Should be good. I don't really... My secondary doesn't matter because I'm getting charged, which is primary. Why 60? Where did... Because I saw you mentioning the 160th earlier. I'm just kind of curious where that particular number came from. Like how you ended up at that sort of conclusion. Good to see you standing tall today, Dwayna. Or at least at this moment. Okay, I don't really need to go fight that. The best that I could hope for is to get a shield drop off of a boss down that way, and I just do not need it, so... 6 damage cast is about where mob damage per spell or melee attack balances in your estimation. I see. So theoretically, anything that's less than 60, if it's not bringing you above a multiple of 60, is not... Like, you have to be getting at least a fractional value above a multiple of 60 in order for it to be able to effectively allow you to sustain another hit, is basically where that math comes out at then. So, like, at 480 HP, you can sustain 8 hits. If you add, like, 5 HP to that, you can sustain 1 more hit because you're in a new interval of 60. That would be kind of how that math... But, of course, there's a lot of messiness in some of the wiggle room in between, but... That seems to about summarize things. Yeah, so like plus 65 HP is more valuable than or is highly valuable because it effectively bumps things up. There's a lot of nuance in there because of differing values of where health is at, of course. But like Fortitude plus Superior would not be bad because plus a Superior rune, just because that would bring you up 1 tier then. Like the Superior runes minus 75 HP would bring you down 2 tiers. But it's like it effectively rounds to 2 tiers because of the way that sort of rounding works. So Fortitude at that point would bring that to 45, which would mean that that bumps you up a tier. But that's kind of without other things getting involved. Okay. I remember this boss being a gigantic pain in the rear end last time I went over to kill him. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going quite the right way. The wiki has it from Durheim Archives, which is the map that I'm going to want to end up at once I finish all of this. I do want to go pick up Cleave, but that's in the next map, so I need to kind of work my way through this one first. Now, is that calculation based on hard mode, normal mode, or does it apply to both? And which do you tend to play more? Like, I tend to play normal mode more than hard mode, for example. That was a fairly irrelevant meteor shower, but... Hey, chocolate bunny. Basically anything with level 22 plus enemies. Gotcha. I do find myself a little annoyed that they have enemies above level 20. Trying to understand what enemies are out here. There's some pop-ups in these areas, as you can see over there, so that's why I was moving cautiously. If anybody was wondering. There's Arbor Earth Call. It's kind of a neat little lake area. Yeah, that was some nice splinter weapon triggers. I think the boss I want is more in there. I find myself being uncertain of that. I'm really happy to have the minions. They're really clogging up these warriors, which is very helpful. This does go around here. Okay, Arbor Earthcall is just kind of standing in the middle of the lake. I'm gonna consult the wiki again, try to figure out where this boss is a little bit better. I'm gonna consult a different part of the wiki. Oh, I've gone way past where this guy is. Why we do this? You need to go this side of the lake. Back in there. That's another interesting supposition. Why do you say you think the HP is too low? Like, what I'm picking up from this is that we have very different ideas of game design. So I think there's going to be a lot of areas where, like, fundamentally the way we'd want to balance the games is going to be different because we have different conceptions of what we think the environment should look like. And that's totally fine. But I'm curious to hear and try to understand your perspective better because it's different from my own. Because, like fundamentally what I'm hearing from that is you think enemies, like, things should take longer to die, right? That's kind of what I'm perceiving from that. Either armor values need to be adjusted higher or HP values need to be adjusted higher and, like, recalibrated, but fundamentally, or damage values basically, damage either needs to be less or HP needs to be more, which is fundamentally the same thing. But I'm curious, like, what is the environment you want to craft that you'd prefer that? And, like, how would it, in your estimation, be an improvement if things had more HP? I mean, you could recalibrate it to have 40 HP gain per level instead of 20. Like, that's no issue to modify. I personally like lower values overall because a lot of things, it just means you're not doing as much rounding. But there's always some value to having higher stuff because it lets you have a little bit more nuance. I need to do that. Right. Like, having bigger numbers doesn't do anything. It's all about the ratio. So what I'm assuming Toepat is saying is that they think that the ratio of damage to HP is skewed high and that they think it should be lower so that proportional damage is less, so that things die more slowly. Which, like, that's certainly a perspective. I'm curious what the desire for that, like, why that is something that would be perceived as favorable, and how that would improve the game in Topat's estimation. Just because it's a different perspective than mine, so I'm curious to understand it. Like, some things that I can think of off the top of my head that it adds more time for you to express more complexity with your build. With 400 to 700 average HP per mob, per player / mob, with short cast time strikes, it's reasonably viable for offense to reach pure alpha strike threshold, where in it is a pure deterministic check that eliminates all tactical decision making from play. Yeah, okay, so this is an interesting point. So if I'm understanding you correctly, what you're basically saying, and hopefully I'm not speaking too quickly to be understood, but what you're basically saying is that in PvE, the balance of the game is such that everything becomes a little bit too alpha strikey, a little bit too insta-kill, and it's who can get their insta-kill off successfully first that determines the outcome of the battle. Where if things were more durable, the way things play out in PvP, for example, where things are more durable, it means that pressure play has more value. And so this is kind of an issue where the power of spike type play seems too strong relative to how you want the environment to go, because it feels like it removes tactical options. That seems to be kind of what you're saying. I mean, PvP might be too much like that now. It's an interesting question. Do you want spike strategies to be viable? And it sounds like you're saying you do not, because you think that they are undesirable. It removes tactical play. That seems to be what you're saying. Hopefully I'm not misconstruing you. Other ways that could be accomplished would be by having fewer players in the party, so there's less party damage potential. Simultaneous party damage potential. So like 6-person zones and 4-person zones are going to be less prone to that. You know what? This is a better direction to come in here than that way. Oh my goodness, there's so many wardens in this area. So do you not like spike strategies in PvP? I mean, it'd certainly be a different game if every enemy group had a soul twist in it. Oh, there's the assassin boss. I believe that assassin boss already has an elite that I already have, though. There we go. I have to remember that enemies that I hit end up with weakness on them, which is very helpful for mitigating damage to my team. Withering Aura is doing a lot of work. I think more than is immediately obvious. Really? With the balance of spike currently as decided is too high, making it not just viable but manifold superior than all alternatives, because you only need about 4 people to delete 1 person in PvP. It needs to be like Ashron. It's only instant because everyone versus 1. Okay, I need to consolidate my inventory a little bit. Okay, that's not really the way I wanted to consolidate here. Huh, I was not expecting truffles from that. Maybe these warden horns. Oh, now I've got too much stuff that way. What does this wand want to become? Dust? Of course it does. Might as well salvage this too while I'm at it. Well, I get more money out of that by turning it into wood. This is the second copy of Falahorn's things that this character has gotten, which is very interesting. Now that's assuming that every character on that all 4 of those characters can get to 120 damage, and that the target has 480 HP and is not having any sort of defensive measures or healing applied to them. There's definitely a lot of discussion about how strong spike builds should be back in the day. PvP, of course, has not been in that environment for quite some time. I think when I think of spike builds, I usually think of them as being kind of mid-upper tier. And then the really good balance builds are stronger against a wider diversity of things, but are harder to pull off successfully and require higher player skill. Okay. Zenmai, I think you're going to get this other copy of Falahorn's Split Chakrams? Maybe? I keep getting them, which is very weird. Highly salvageable. Oh, well, that was good. I'll take that much dust. Thank you. Somebody is full up on bone. That somebody is me. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it right now. Let's just... Okay. That's all I needed from there. Morning Veil Falls has Cleave. I want to capture Cleave. None of the other skills are interesting to me because the only other one there is Dark Apostasy, and that's not too useful. I do want to get Cleave from Chicker Ironclaw. Kind of like partway out from Durheim Archives. So do you think spike strategies are fundamentally bad for the game? There's also a question of like, what's the reload on the spike? How much of their skill bar do they have to dedicate to it, and things like that? But also in like PvP, you're not going to get everyone dedicated to the spike because you probably need healers at bare minimum. And they're not going to dedicate it in skills and attributes to being able to spike. ArenaNet definitely didn't want spikes to be too strong, though. You can see that with how often they nerfed, like, Blood Spike and Rune Ranger Spike. Yeah, Shadow Form I think is a serious problem for the game. It should not exist in the state that it is. I like the temporary Shadow Form idea, not a permanent immunity to stuff. Shadow Form. Oh my goodness, it's crippling anguish. Hi, yeah, I would like to subscribe to Less Crippling Anguish. Thank you. I definitely don't like how much damage caster bosses get. I think it emphasizes the need for things like shelter. Hi, yeah, would you maybe consider stop healing this boss like crazy? Have you considered that, please? Thank you. I don't mind Vengefulest can I? Huh. Okay, things are falling apart here because we're running out of energy. Get this well of power up, please. Burst versus sustain in PvP only works when burst requires a full team. Nukers. Yeah, they are 8v8. I agree with that. Yeah, I think a spike requiring around 5 to 6 members is probably fairly reasonable, but keep in mind there is some amount of like degree of that. There's always going to most teams are going to build a spike into them somewhere. Even the balanced teams would try to coordinate a spike because it's very difficult to get through defense. One of the things about Guild Wars is that the defensive skills are extremely strong in this game. Most spikes are completely upended by a well-timed Prot Spirit and Infuse Health, for example. Like, there's a lot of extraordinarily powerful defensive options to counteract spikes in PvP. PvE is less calculated in terms of its gameplay. And just by the very nature of the AI's inferiority to human players. Okay, that'll take care of that guy pretty well for the moment. I mean, that's what they did with Guild Wars 2, so... And that's a much more offensive game because they were specifically trying to get away from how defensive Guild Wars 1 is. And so, like... I'm not saying that you're talking about walking the exact path to where Guild Wars 2 design is. But that was part of that road that they took. And so they don't disagree with some of your assertions there. Is kind of, I guess, what that fundamentally comes down to. Like, you could have a less defensive paradigm in this game as well, with the way the skills work here. But you have to figure out how you're realizing it. Sure. I'm not saying that the road to being less defensive ends in Guild Wars 2. I'm just saying that was one of the ends that they were trying to reach with their road, if that makes sense. There's the boss I'm looking for. But, like, yeah, there's a different place that you can kind of end up with things, with how you're trying to balance your environment. And again, balance is one of those things, and I say this a bunch of times, but I think it bears repeating, that balance is a subjective thing. You can objectively measure what the state of the game is in terms of how the players are treating the balance of the game. But the goal that you're trying to accomplish is subjective, and different people want different things. I personally like some of the defensive nature of Guild Wars 1. So... like, that's my personal... like, I like the fact that this game has defensive options that are not just pushing health bars back up, but are mitigating damage. That's really cool to me. This is the first game that I recall really seeing that sort of thing in, though. So that's going to sort of bias my perspective on that, too. And so we all bring our own biases into game design as well, of what sort of things we like. I do want to kind of swap over to Cleave. Cleave just deals more damage, so... Okay, I want to finish making my way to the outposts over wherever it is. Of course, I really wish they'd... So, a while... Like, originally, you kept the left-aligned most elite skill on your skill bar when you captured a skill. Or when you had multiple elites. And then at some point, they decided to change it so that we kept the rightmost one. And I prefer the leftmost orientation, because I like to put my sickness of capture at the end of my skill bar, not at the beginning. And I really wish when they'd done that change, they'd made it a checkbox for which orientation you wanted it, but... Active mitigation was never Quest 1 2 as well as one on Diablo 2. Yeah, again, like, my gaming history is like id Software first-person shooters, and then like some Nintendo stuff. I didn't play Diablo. I didn't play EverQuest. I've played like almost no MMOs. So I'm not saying that it's like a thing that Guild Wars invented by any means. It's just Guild Wars is the first place I really experienced that. Unless you want to count like blocking in like The Legend of Zelda. Which is technically a form of damage mitigation. But like Pokemon is the main RPG experience, I guess, realistically, that I'd had kind of at that point. So, like, that game does not have defensive measures in the same sort of way, you know? Especially at the time. Like Gen 1, 2, maybe 3. Not quite sure where Gen 4 hit. Yeah, Gen 4 didn't release until 2007, so that was after Guild Wars 1's release, and after I started playing it, so... And, like, there was damage mitigation in those, technically, by increasing your defense stats. Or decreasing the enemy's offensive stats, but I didn't really play with stat boosts that often. Okay. I fundamentally want to be down there. I'm not sure the best way of getting to it. Seem to have been steered rather north. But it looks like there's a big bridge here. I'm going to try that. I can see that argument, but that's more at the PvP level. Because at that point, your levels are usually eliminated as a factor. It's more about selecting. And I mean, to some extent, so is Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1 is more of a deck builder than an RPG as well. Has-stats and progression system with levels. Yeah, I mean, RPG, unfortunately, is one of those terms that has gotten too broad in its definition, and I will exceed that point for sure. I think we need, like, leveling and stats and everything are just so commonplace in video games these days that, like, we probably do need a more narrow definition. Because at this point we've kind of lost all sense of stuff, but like then you have to try to figure out what elements do you use to define something as an RPG, which is going to be another fraught debate. And to some extent, like, for example, I would prefer to use the term upgrade hunter instead of Metroidvania. But people don't know what I mean by an upgrade hunter without me having to explain it to them. They know what I mean by when I say Metroidvania, so it's like one of those conundrums of like, how do we update terminology when terminology is not under our control, it's under the community at large. Community is even too narrowly describing of a term, but it's the video game like population, the video gaming population that ends up like what terms are kind of agreed upon to mean things, which is what it is. But anyway, that's its own ramble. What's my inventory doing? I feel like it's getting pretty full. That would be correct. But you're not hunting for upgrades in the world to advance progression. Like, the idea of an upgrade hunter is it is a game where you're looking for upgrades in the world that allow you to be able to progress the world. Not that... to progress in the world. Not that you're just hunting things to get upgrades. And, like, frankly, the most recent God of War kind of is that way. Like, you are hunting for things to give you upgrades to allow you to be able to access more areas. There are elements of that in it. But it means that something like Dark Souls, where you're looking for key items, like keys to open doors, those aren't upgrades. Like, that's just locked progression. But again, this goes down to, like, what are you going to use to define something as being a thing, right? Genre is a very fraught thing because there's so much blending of elements between games. Some stuff is straightforward, like a platformer is a game about navigating platforms, usually by jumping, but... does that make something like God of War 1, 2, and 3 a platformer? Because it has a lot of, like, jumping elements and stuff in it. Well, maybe, maybe not. But then what makes something a Souls-like? Like, what's that definition? How do you define that? A lot of people are going to require like stamina systems and such. Like some equivalent to stamina, some equivalent to Estus. But the thing is, people are going to disagree on what terms mean because words mean different things to different people. That's why connotation is an entire like thing unto itself. So... And like even right there, where you're referring to it as God of War 7, because you're including the other like handheld titles and stuff, I assume. Like that's going to also be confusing to some people because it's like God of War 4 to them, because they're not counting the handheld titles and such. So it's like what you're saying technically more accurate, probably, but. Short session. So, what do you mean by a short session? Like, you're able to make progress by a short amount of playtime? Like, that's how it reads to me. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand how you define things. Short session progression action fighting game focused on precision execution of combat gameplay. Okay, let's see. I think I'm getting low on Sickness of Capture. I have 4 skill points, so I could get some more. Yeah, I have 1 Sickness of Capture left. I can go buy a few more Sickness of Capture. I can get Cleave on my bar now. That's bonfire to bonfire. highly salvageable. Actually, you know what? I'm going to highly salvage it. This. Okay, 41 iron ingots is fine. I didn't know if I would get some steel out of it, so I wanted to do it that way. Just in case. Major restoration magic. I don't think that's going to be worth anything. Frostbound is not worth anything. I mean, how long it takes somebody to get from one bonfire to another is entirely dependent upon other factors as well, so... Let's see. I'm going to go to my guild hall, pick up some more signets of capture, and offload some of these things. I'm going to run 30 seconds of ads while I do this. It probably deserves to be a little bit longer because I think I want to sell some bone, probably. I'm assuming this is 40. Yeah. God of War was always sort of a melange game, which the format became known as Spectacle Fighter, but God of War 7 dropped a lot of platform to bring it closer to Souls-like. Was that Yahtzee who coined Spectacle Fighter as a term? But yeah, I was definitely playing more in the space that Devil May Cry was originally, for sure. Okay, that's what I thought. Our salvage gets almost out, so I'm just going to grab a new one. Okay, what is the next skill I want to go after? Okay, that's the last one, the Echovold Forest. The Archipelagos has Healing Light, which might not be the worst to pick up. Yeah, okay, let's go grab that off of... That's just outside Cavalon. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm also going to want to go this way and get outposts that direction. Breaker's Hollow, I think, is the first one. Okay, let's see. The boss I want's more over this direction, then I need to swing back around. I still maintain that the skill I'm going to go capture, Healing Light, would be significantly more interesting in Divine Favor. But whatever, it's in Healing Prayer, so I'm going to go get it. I don't care about offensive spirits. Soothing's really annoying, so I want to make sure I'm taking that one out. It's actually not bad for a warrior to use because it refunds energy. It's nice. I see. So for you, Metroidvania, you don't put emphasis on, with your definition of it, on acquiring upgrades to enable further exploration of the world. At least not with the nouns and or the words that you've chosen to describe it in that sentence anyway. Yeah, so you're putting emphasis on it in a different place than a lot of people would, I think. Because I think a lot of people would define Metroidvania as games where you acquire new movement abilities that allow you to be able to advance further into the world, or to explore the world more thoroughly. That's where your sequential part is. But you're not explicitly calling it out in your definition, which is what the statement is kind of on. Okay, yeah, I do need to go around. I think I'm going to go around this island this direction, though. Yeah, you could do... I think you could do one without combat, yeah. Just exploration and trying to find locations for where upgrades for progression lurk. Meteor Shower is really good against balls of spirits. Speaking of which, I'm thinking of playing Axiom Verge on the stream once I finish Divinity Original Sin. Hey, Greenos! Welcome, Raiders. Thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Just running around factions, collecting some elite skills. And outposts. That way I can more effectively collect more elite skills. That's a zone portal over there. Is that Bricker Hollow? But how are you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you. I'll wave again. Indeed. The Siege Master, I'm sure, is getting lonely. As he waits by his trebuchet. Looks like you've been doing a lot of different things lately. Soothing. Gotta show those spirits of soothing who's boss. Ah, Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay, yeah, that's Breaker Hollow. I don't know what I was thinking of. There is an outpost down this way, too, I think. Now I'm blanking on which one it is. What'd you think of it? I heard the animations were very impressive. Watch as the game decides I shouldn't have cleave anymore. That's cool. Okay, so that leads out to Mount Kinkai. Yeah, which is good to go visit. Oh, I know what it is. This leads towards Jade Flats. That's what it is. Let's see. Boreas Seabed. Yeah, that has some skills. Dragon Slash I already got, though. I have the Empty Palm. Do I have... No. I could go grab that. That's from Boreas Seabed Explorable. Mountain Kai has... Coward would be good to pick up. Withdraw Hex is not so important, but Coward would be nice to pick up. Maisheng Hills has some skills, too. Siphon Strength, specifically. Silent Surface, some stuff I want to capture. Doesn't look like Unwaking Waters Explorable does, though. Okay, so let's just start by grabbing Coward from Kiali the Brave out here in Mount Kinkai. Just outside Breaker Hollow, in fact. Yes, I know. Okay, secondary doesn't matter here. So I'm just going to slot this on so I can put Mending Touch back on my bar. Okay. Mount Kinkai. Okay, that's not too bad. I just didn't feel like swapping skills on there when it's just easy to replace it on. Boss I want's just over here. Always nice when the boss is just right nearby, you know? I think I'm going to head up to the flats, though, as well. Oh, Berserker stance. Alright. It was nice when they added the ability to reorder your skill bar when you're out in zones. That was a very welcome change. Okay, yeah, I just need to go this direction. Turns out the Fire Elementalist did a really good job of taking those all down. That was a really weird skill. I don't mind having it as an option, but it doesn't really have a great sort of place to exist. There we go. Knocked that guy down. I guess the longer knockdowns that you get from Stone Fist Insignia are quite helpful. $250 of all common crafting materials lasts 1 minute. Party-wide debuff that lasts between zones. Rebuild your skill bar. So you could reconfigure it if you're going on long treks. I don't know how WoW's skill bar building works. I do like this lagoon area, though. Like, this is a really beautiful area right here. Filled with minions running in. Hey, Oni. This cow's a little bit better than I gave it credit for. I want to get over to there. That should lead to where I'm trying to get to. Man. You miss so much of this game by the fact that you have this So much of the time you look down on their perspective. Swap your 7 tiers of talents. Like, oh man, the vistas in this game are so incredible. Yeah. So there are limited spots where you can change that stuff in it then. I do think Guild Wars 2 is a little bit too open with being able to swap your stuff around anytime you're not in combat. I think that creates a lack of commitment to your build that's fundamentally, like... To me, it's detrimental to the experience to be able to swap things as easily as you can in Guild Wars 2 in terms of skins and dyes and bar and everything. To me, it creates less investment in my character when the appearance stuff is so easily changed, and it also feels like there's a lack of... what's the right phrase? Like a lack of, I don't know. When buildcraft is too easily swappable, I mean, it helps encourage experimentation, but it also kind of creates a lack of commitment to playstyle in a way. I don't think that's terrible, but I don't think it's great either. Do I want to go capture Way of the Empty Palm? I don't know. I kind of want to go grab Siphon's Strength, though. Way of the Empty Palm could kind of work on a warrior, but I just don't think it's good enough to want to actually use. So. Temple Strike, there's no reason to go capture that. Signal of Judgment would be good in Silent Surf, though. Because I haven't gotten that yet. Okay, so let's go... Let's see, Maishing Hills. It's rest zones, but innkeepers have a rest zone of about 5-yard radius. Gotcha. Same sort of like base concept then. Of like, this is an area where you are safe and can do this. Just slot on Imlad then. I want to go... Yeah, that's fine for now. I want to go out into the archipelago, and I want to get myself over to... the... there's another zone over this way. I don't know why I'm blanking on the name, but here we are. I am. Oh. Thanks, game. I like not being near the enemies I thought I was near. Whatever. Yeah, nope, you don't get to do that. Somebody else already did anyway. Hi, excuse me, Spirit of Soothing? Yeah, I'd like to order you off the premises, please. The thing is, Imlad is just better than Coward. Imlad, of course, being you move like a dwarf. You don't have to charge it up. knocks down regardless of what they're doing, and it leaves them crippled, and it does a bunch of damage. Clearly, it's just the superior skill. Of course, it takes up one of your PvE slots, but it also means it doesn't care what your profession is either. Hiku's Island Express is one. I'm familiar with that one, but that's cool. Oh, I'm about to get KD'd. The AI understands how to use Grasmus Kurong at least. Under Frost, interesting choice. Yeah, interesting choice. You see the problem. Okay, that's Jade Flats on my bar. Let's just leave him Gala Hatchery. I mean, I don't necessarily see Metroidvanias have to have combat. I think they just have to have exploration. Yeah, that's probably true. That probably does happen a lot. Okay, Maisheng Hills. Where is Sarash the Rattler? Oh, just south of Bypassy Reach. Okay. But yeah, that does make sense that they do probably get dumped into puzzle games pretty often. Can't hide. There's a point. Well, I'm going to go do a bit of an outpost tour. Get myself up to Ardens Terrace. I don't know why there's two outposts in this one map. It seems very weird to me. It's like they're like, we didn't have enough towns. I guess this one map will have two of them off of it for some reason. I'd be very curious to know what led to that decision. It feels like a bit of an odd one to me. Oh, yeah, that's the reason why I might want... Naga archers have escape. I started playing that game. I should finish it at some point. Maybe I'll do that for a stream, too. I have a lot of games that I should probably stream that might be not quite as long as Divinity Original Sin has turned out to be. Like, I'm at a point where I'm enjoying Divinity Original Sin. It is just a very long game. Yeah, I've heard cool things about it. I just haven't actually played through it yet. Like, I have it, and I started playing it, I'm pretty sure. I have way too many games that I haven't played, so that's why Saturdays I'm just kind of working through my backlog. I always debate, like, how I should try to apportion my 3 streams and what I should do with them, and I don't know. I may want to change some stuff up at some point in time. The streaming is a good way to help me like get through my backlog. And of course, then there's new games that are coming out. Like, I'd like to play Hades. That game seems pretty sweet. But, I don't know when the heck I'm going to do that. Some theoretical magical land. I'd like to at some point, but... Yeah, there's a lot of... Like, I don't even have a PS4 or an Xbox, so any of those exclusives I've not been able to play either. Not that I have a capture card. Like, in Theoretical Future Lands, I have a second PC that's a streaming PC. That would have a capture card in it that I could hook stuff up to. But that would require my stream to get substantially bigger than it currently is. You're in Rot Wallows and a random chance to knock you down. Ah. I think Maishing Hills is 3 towns for no reason because they made the zone very windy. Yeah. I also feel like they probably wanted to make sure they had a equal number of towns between the Aquavald Forest and the Jade Sea, so that way for like owning stuff. I would have to double check that though. There's a lot of cool stuff. Bloodborne immediately comes to mind as a PS4 title that would be cool to play. I've enjoyed the Souls series. I played a tiny smidgen of it at a friend's house, but like not much of anything. Of course, I've watched a lot of playthroughs and speedruns and other things of it, but that's very different from actually playing the game yourself, you know? Yeah, like right now I've been playing through Divinity Original Sin. I don't know, I'm like 8 streams into it and I have no idea how long it's going to take. Those are like average 5-hour streams, so there's a lot of game there. And I'm not sure how much more there is. Or will prove to be. Okay, well, if all this boss is doing is wiping out my army of minions, I'm okay with that. I'm gonna get these warriors. Okay, apparently not. God of War, Spider-Man, HZD, Last of Us 1 and 2. Yeah. It's a lot of titles. I feel like a lot of games, I don't know, probably are not going to take... Like, I feel like 8 hours, or 8 streams, like 40 hours in, basically, that I'm like, I have no sense of how far I am into Divinity Original Sin, but I don't feel like I'm that far. Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn did get a PC release. That is true. That's another game that looks really sweet. I've watched a Let's Play of it. Maybe I'll pick it up at some point. Yeah, it was originally. When you're running along and you see all of the dots of your AI sitting back on the bridge, that's a sure sign that you need to, that you're actually stuck somewhere. I wonder how many people are trying to get the Silver Edge right now. Just because it's new and shiny. Except it's really not new. Is it? I need a Signet of Capture. I could put Iron Palm on. That's not a terrible plan. Sure, why not? Let's put Iron Palm on. Wow, that grunt statue is super blue. Look how blue that is. Huh. Sea Crash. Sea Crash is an elementalist boss. I'm looking for an assassin boss, which I think is just a bit further south. Yeah, what I'm looking at on my list, Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen. I want to play through that. I want to play through Axiom Verge. Let's see, I'm playing through Divinity Original Sin right now. I have a list of like the next games that I'm looking at for my Saturday stream slot. There's the one that I want. Saurus Rattler. Let's see, Dragon's Dogma. There's some other one there. I had like 4 in that list that I'm blanking on all of them. Where are you even trying to go? Why were you so determined to get to this specific hill? It's very weird. I don't know. Okay, well, whatever. That's been... Enemies have been cleared up. Silent Surf. Yeah, okay. Sea Crash, I think, is coming off of here. So I want to go slash monk again. I like having my mending touch available. And Signet of Capture. Okay, yeah, Scourge Wind. Now, are you... Oh, you're actually right next to the Leviathan Pits. Excuse me, I need to go north. Probably. It's really weird to me. This is going south, but I'm going up, so it confuses my brain a little bit. Don't know if that happens to anyone else or not. Because I think of up as north and down as south. As a result of reading maps. And then I get a little bit confused with east and west. There we go. Get my Signet of Judgments. It might be weak, but hey, it's a knockdown. It's a ranged knockdown, which is not bad. I do want to continue on. I would like to grab this outpost over here. I don't need Temple Strike, which is another elite in this area. Well, I just got meteor showered. I don't know what the most important stuff is to try to succeed as a variety streamer, except maybe I should stream variety more often than I do. I've been wondering about that too. Should I I don't know, have shorter streams or streams that are split in activities? Would people be more interested in watching VODs if they were more like an hour and a half to 2 hours instead of 5? I have no idea about any of that stuff. I myself will watch a 5-hour VOD, just not all at once, you know? No, thank you. Let that Gust boss run. Well, I guess we're fighting the Gust boss now. Minions have declared it to be so. Thus it is. Okay, there he goes. Hey, gold. Thumbnails matter a lot on YouTube, as well as searchability, particularly when you're getting started. Having names for stuff that is easily found by the search algorithms is very, very helpful for building up your initial viewership. The thing is, I don't want a sunk cost fallacy where I'm like, well, this is the audience that I have, but it's a small audience. Whereas if I did something slightly different, would I be able to have a bigger audience? That's, one of the things that I wonder about and think about. But that's also assuming, trying to be more effective on YouTube, which... Your number compilation matters more than your actual naming. Okay, let's see if there's anything else I was wanting to be grabbing here. I think that was the last of them. I could grab Shadow Form or Shadow Shroud, but neither of those are terribly exciting. I think most of the more interesting Assassin Elites are actually Nightfall. At least that's the impression I'm getting quite strongly. A lot of Shadow Form bosses around. I'm just glancing through elite skills by capture location right now. I feel like I've got most of the ones I'm interested in. Oh, the hashtags. Yeah, I unfortunately don't know a whole lot about using hashtags. Is there a hashtag that I should be applying to my streams in general to indicate that they're stream VODs that would help? I have no idea. Superior critical strikes. That one's worth a lot of money at base. Still a good bit of time left in the stream. Cool. I will head over to Prophecies then. As far as titles mattering, I had a series where I was learning how to play Stellaris, and I had one about like making star bases. That gets a lot of short traction. Spiffing Brit. I'll have to keep that in mind then. No, most things in life are not. I don't think Superior Critical Strikes is going to be worth anything. That is correct. Survivor, last I checked, was also not worth anything. Which is also correct. Major Channeling, probably also not worth anything. Yeah, okay. None of those are worth anything, which means they're all going to get fed to the merchant as I expected. Merchant. I have some merchant food for you. Yeah, I've seen a few of his videos on like other or on games that are shall we say not perfectly balanced. Okay. Let's go. You know what, maybe I just get THK out of the way. I could go capture some other skills around here. Well, let's just drop myself off in THK. Let's see, if I were to bring a Signative Capture here, I'd be hoping to get... what? Devastating Hammer I already have. I think I want Whirling Axe because of... oh, and I am unstoppable. Would be really good. Okay, An Aura of Faith? I mean, Aura of Faith I can get elsewhere. That would be... Mark of Protection. I don't have Mark of Protection yet. But... yeah, the chance that I get that there's anything that I'd want to actually grab as an elite here is extremely low. I already have Cleave. I already have Devastating Hammer. So Aura of Faith and Mark of Protection are both skills that I'm happy to be picking up on this character, but I don't think either one is likely enough that it's worth trying to get those here. So I think I'm just going to slot on I Am Unstoppable, call that good, and get this snooze fest taken care of. I do need to change my armor. Axe is my infused headpiece, but this is my infused set here. I would like to run my that set, but it's just not infused, so we're not going to do this without infusion. But I do want to just get THK out of the way. I should have a copy of Flameseeker Prophecies. Yes, okay, good. There's just so much knockdown here. I don't know how much I'm going to need to worry about conditions, but I think there'll be some. I really like the idea of the elite capturing system, by the way. I think it's really cool. And Dunkoro got knocked down to death. Just less than ideal, but better him than King Jalis Iron Hammer. Vex energy is much worse than... you know part of what's happening to Vex is Vex getting projectiles blocked. Which makes... Shock Arrow does not do much for you if it's being obstructed. I need to be drinking more water here. Alright. Mhenlo's Arrows is one of those skills that seems really cool that I never use because it's not... doesn't seem very good, just cool. That's going to be helpful, though. Little well of power. I don't know what this guy is judging. To have been given that name. Presumably something. I wonder how they would have done prophecies differently if they'd had some of the like title tech that they had developed later. And, like, would there have been titles for fighting the Mersat? Would there have been titles with the Shining Blade and the White Mantle? I don't know. I feel like there's a slightly different world where, like, what would Prophecies have been if it had been the third campaign instead of the first, you know? How would that have changed things? Well, if it had been, one thing's for sure. You would have been level 20 leaving pre-searing. Instead of that being a special accomplishment, that would have been the standard default. Do I have any... I do, I have Strip Enchantment. I don't have much enchantment removal, but I do have that Strip Enchantment. Hey, Adriana Laurel. Good to see you. Yeah, it would have been, that's for sure. I agree on that. Are you talking about the Frostgate mission? Because the bonus area for that, I remember there being a huge chunk of monks, and it being an absolute bear to get through them when you're going the hard mode. I did not need to use I Am Unstoppable there. Yeah, I think Prophecies was really well made for being, like, standalone without the, like... I think Prophecies is overall well designed for being the only Guild Wars game. I think its design as... there's some tweaks I think could have been made. Like, I think introducing elite skills in Kryta would have made sense. Rather than having some of the random spawns and things. But its design does not work as well when it's part of the larger campaign structure. Yeah, I agree with that. They're trying to make a game that was both a PvP and PvE sort of like hybrid game where players would kind of do both. and where sort of the longer late game focus was on PvP, and that's part of what goes into the lack of grind ethos that they had with designing it. But the result of that is that they didn't have as solid of a PvE endgame as they should have. Plus, a lot of people were really annoyed that favor was connected to how your world region was doing in PvP. Yeah, I love Prophecies as well. Switching order and giving proportional X. Prophecies is the only well-written introduction, even if the tutorial is the worst in Prof. Yeah, well, Prophecies, like, introduction is just so strong. Like, pre-searing and then the searing, all of that and what you're seeing going on there, it's very, very strong. It's emotionally resonant. It's very powerful, I think. And a lot more, like, engaging. Well, I could have captured it here. What do you know? A lot more engaging to me than Cantha's, but some amount of that's my own bias, and I recognize that. But yeah, I have one as well, Adrena. This pre-steering is beautiful and amazing. But the fact that they take it away from us is so significant and so powerful. Never go to 20, eh? Not gonna be a legendary defender of Ascalon, eh? Yeah, I think you're right, Toepat. That's part of why I didn't bring it. I'm like, what's the chance that this could actually be here? 50%. Okay, I'm not gonna bother trying to capture anything then. Ah, yeah. The imp is extremely useful. I'll agree. I wanted to get LDOA on somebody, so. But I'm gonna want to do spend some time in the Northland soon, so we'll see how much I regret not having that imp around. When I get to that point. Yeah. See, that's Alien Necro on the Ring of Fire. Ranger and Mesmer up there. Monk. Dervish and Paragon, I think. Thinking about where the anniversary elites are. I want to get the Monk one on this character as well, because I think it's useful. Maybe not the most spectacular, but useful. I still kind of miss old THK. Hey, Salty Grease, good to see you. How are you doing today? There comes the Giant Stomp. Just gearing up for, how'd it go? How was your first day? Gearing up for the sit around and wait for enemies section. That's good. Yeah, I can see that too. Splitting Thunderkeep up into 2 missions. Although Prophecies already has so many. But like retaking the town could have been a primary quest. And then have the mission. For sure. I wish more of the Prophecies maps had more explorable space. Or had been turned into explorable zones. They're so big, you know? Yes, I have that for Jade Bows, so that hasn't come up yet. But like old THK just had a much more aggressive defense. Man, that's really annoying pushing of Prof hard mode missions. Yeah. Unfortunately, THK is still boring in hard mode. Somehow. But like getting the actually I want to go this way. Getting Masters or getting Guardian is really annoying on a physical attacker in Prophecies because or even just Protector because of the one area. Oh. Ah, you're talking about Ruins of Sirmia, aka the mission that made everybody hate Prince Rurik. He can sometimes get himself killed in the Lani Academy too, but Ruins of Sirmia is the big one, I think, for that happening the most. Yeah, he has no sense of when he should be just standing around. Yeah. You're not ready for it at that point. I mean, it's your first... Like, you had the little bit in pre-steering with Rurik, but he's super overleveled at that point, so... It's not a huge deal. I should have killed those those giants over there first, but whatever. I send my guys to the middle so they don't try to fight these. Yeah, that's the thing too. Is he's very, very inconsistent in how he's doing things. There we go. Here come the bonus Jade Armors. That's a very long day. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so you're Eastern time zone. Yeah, you can go a while without sleep. What the heck is this mess over here? I'm being defended by these Jade Armors or something, I don't know. Let's just dance. Oh, are you finally going to come in here and fight us? Granted, they're going to wild blow my stance away, which is annoying, but whatever. How about you don't get to have whirling defense up, eh? How about that one? That would have been a more interesting elite than Time Ward. Target non-boss. Enemy becomes your ally. I feel like there would be a lot of potential avenues to exploit that. You'd have to also make it so boss-like foes can't be. Yoinked. Get out of here. Oh, that's why there's so many these guys making bone fiends. Yeah. It would be fun. I feel like it's one of those things where, like, it would be fun, but it would also be weirdly game-breaking in a way that they probably want to avoid, so. I think I'm at the point where I could theoretically run out here and, like, start just taking out groups. Yeah, I think so. Okay, this guy needs to go down because he's an absolute jerk. Some jade armor back there. White mantle of ritualists. I don't know. I'm gonna be a coward. I'm gonna run back. They cared. They just didn't do a very good job of it. There's a difference. I think they cared about being balanced. Maybe not your idea of balanced. They certainly cared about trying to have their idea of balance. I just don't think they did a very good job of achieving it. At least they didn't do a very good job of achieving my idea of balance, which is another thing entirely. But it's always an ongoing process of changing things, so they stopped at some point, and that was that. And then the metagame kind of settled out where it did. I do wish that there was a little bit more playability to some of the most terrible skills. Around nightfall, they realized I can't keep going. Yeah, well, what happened... I mean, in the game at large, they were working on Utopia and just was like, we want to make too many changes. We're feeling suffocated by the system. Let's make a sequel. And then we got Eye of North, so... The superior amount of skills and class combos, yeah. Like the original game, 6 class prophecies only is balanced pretty well. 2 exceptions being Bonkers OP. Yeah. Well, and... like, the big thing is that I think the design space just gets really, really hard. Like, the more and more stuff you add, the harder and harder it is to differentiate them from each other, which you need with a with a multi-class system. There are a lot of Pokemon, yeah. But yeah, I feel like Prophecies by itself had a better balance. Yeah. I mean, Pokemon being balanced is another matter entirely. Like, I don't think Game Freak's that concerned about too much in the way of competitive balance. I think they care some, but... I mean, that's always been a difficulty since the first one. And the first game wasn't balanced at all anyway. Psychic was way OP. That's only broken because Critical Strikes is too stackable and the refusal to not remove Shadow Form. I mean, I don't think the Critical Strikes thing is as big of a problem, but certainly Shadow Form is what makes it super powerful in PvE. Yeah, no, I'd agree with that slightly sprightly. Also, hello, welcome. Good to see you. like PvE has a lot more room for shenanigans, and part of it is because you as the developer are setting the environment by placing which skills on what enemies. So there's a little bit more just space in that regard in general. Rituals was designed with a fundamental misunderstanding of the role it actually fulfilled, and then never disabled spirit body blocking PvE. Yeah, I agree. It is sometimes nice to be able to be very powerful. Hang on, I want to salvage some things down. Got the Mesmer boss. But then you don't want a situation where people get ostracized for not going certain builds. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. It's a really difficult one to solve, too, because players are always going to be like, must do most optimal thing all the time ever. And, like, to me, that's not necessarily fun. I want to be optimized to an extent within my goofy builds, but... And different players have different ideas of fun, but players will optimize the fun out of games, so... You have to be careful of that. Characters is balanced fundamentally wrongly for its cooldowns. Death Blossom is fundamentally too powerful. For sure. What's in here? Cool. Turn that into its constituent parts. Don't know about this White Reaver. Oh, improved sale value? Cool. We will sale it then. But yeah, and like you can tell Death Blossom is one of those skills that ArenaNet considers too strong too, because they nerfed it for PvP by giving it a 6-second recharge. Death Blossom is inherently less strong in PvP anyway because AoE isn't as good in PvP. Main build is just together as one of the classic dagger spam. Yeah. Yep, Jagged Fox, Death Blossom. Quickest recharging skills you can use to lead up to Death Blossom. Because Death Blossom is so good that you want to use it as often as possible. And AoE is just significantly more valuable in PvE because enemies don't spread out as much as players do in PvP. Yeah, together as one is probably overpowered. But I also don't mind Ranger having a bone thrown to it. It's like I would have liked Elementalists Over the Limit to do something that helped address the fundamental problem that Elementalist has with armor. And energy management and losing to enchantments also would have been nice to have had addressed, but or like I would have liked an Elementalist Elite to do something about the fact that Elementalists are wrecked by armor and wrecked by enchantment removal for their energy management. But I don't know the best way to go about trying to do that. If it gave 100% armor penetration. Throwing about plus 10 regen, 33% attack speed, 15% move speed, and plus 15 flat to all my hits while spamming dagger skills with the pet. Yeah. I mean, if it basically made all elementalist spells armor ignoring, that would be very useful in some areas. But, like, it's just one of those things where the elementalist is a fundamentally awkward profession because, like, damage types kind of don't matter and kind of do. It's very weird. But, yeah, like it wouldn't be a problem if every enemy had 60 AL against one of the elements or less. If there was always an element you could use to get maximum damage against, or to get green number damage against an enemy. But the problem is that's just not how it works. Because that's not how Arena designed things. I kind of want to salvage that scimitar. I'm going to. That's an idea, yeah. The more overcast you are, the more powerful you are. Also, hello, Stacky T. Welcome. I don't think I've seen your name before. Glad to have you around. Should have an e-storage that does flat damage per point of overcast. Yeah, something like that would be nice. That's fair. I appreciate it. Lurkers are an important part of every stream. Black bear? That's a weird looking black bear. That black bear looks suspiciously like a Mersat. Oh, okay. It's a Mersat Necromancer named Black Bear. Man, imagine if you could charm one of these in pre-searing. Lose all overcast, gain half overcast to mana. Yeah, Second Wind, there's a lot of room for doing like stuff with overcast with Second Winds. Like, the thing is, I think that their thing with overcast could have just been more thoroughly done when they did the 2012 rework. The increased damage ramps up, your skill options with energy go down. Yeah, when it comes to it, part of the issue is that elementalists having really high damage can start causing problems if you're not careful. We almost at the end here. Far enough along that I feel confident coming out here. Oh, THK, THK. I remember when you used to weed out everybody. Those days are long behind you. Really wish this gave me 4 strikes of adrenaline. Here we are. This is risky. So I don't want to necessarily leave King Jalis alone. Oh yeah, we need to get back inside. We need to get back inside, back inside, back inside, back inside. Dang it. My impatience made me lose the mission. Well, that's feel bad. Okay, well, let's go to the guild hall and clear out my inventory. To the limit's already a skill. It's a warrior skill. Just a giant single target spike. Yeah, the problem is you don't want to run into that boss. There is a point where you can like run out and go kill stuff if you really want to, but it needed to have been done at a different time. It's just getting really hot in here. I really hate where THK is right now in the balance of the game. So much. Like, it used to be a way... Like, it was probably... It was very intense, but... Prismatic and Major Absorption. Major Absorption's not worth anything. I don't think Prismatic is either. Yeah. Okay, well, let's just be more disciplined and not go running off to try to speed things up. Also, I don't really need this. There's just not enough conditions out there to warrant it. I might as well just go Wild Blow and Cleave. Okay. Well, let's do this again, but maybe this time not be so reckless. I hate this mission. Like, it used to be that this mission was terrible because it was really, really hard, and it was very difficult for people to beat it. Now it's terrible because it is so deeply boring. It lasts, like, that defense phase lasts 3 times as long as it needs to. Just compress all of the waves, please. Hey, man with a plan. Welcome. That's true. It is a shout, so it is to the limit with exclamation points. It's just... the auto-scroller that this mission has become. Just... oh, well. So having the elemental skill where you get 3% increased damage per 1 overcast can be able to be named to the limit. Yeah. I don't know. Elementalists still actually do fairly good damage. The biggest problem is just some of the, like, really late game stuff. Destroyers and I think Torment creatures and stuff. I have to double check Torment creature armor. And the fact that Mesmer damage is just so friggin' high. But of course, like, a lot of players are going to focus on those late game areas where Elementalist damage does drastically drop off, and that's part of what hurts them so much damage-wise. Time to get knocked down a bunch. Take out this Dulyak Master and this Ice Golem. So much of this is not actually that difficult. It's just, again, part of what the problem is the defense at the end is just so terminally boring. And like, again, I remember back in the day when it was absolutely brutal. Which was, I think, a combination of the mission was actually legitimately harder then. But also, like, players were not as good at the game, so it was a double whammy. And we've just got more skills and stuff now, too. Just really annoyed that I decided to run off because I thought maybe I could speed it up and ended up getting King Jalis killed. It was deeply frustrating. Tiger's Fury and Malinder's Arrows is a weird mix. Tiger's Fury, of course, being in Beast Mastery. Malinder's Arrows and Wilderness Survival. At asking for a 4-attribute split, which is kind of much. Yeah, this is Thunderkeep Keep. Which unfortunately involves a lot of standing around waiting for enemies to show up at the end. Yeah, it is. Like when Prophecies first came out, it was not. It was extremely difficult, but now it's so boring. Actually, I'd rather take out this Dulyak first, because it's going to be less durable than the boss. Never mind. Switch targets as soon as that marker protection comes out. Yeah, marker protection was really a lot more impressive looking back in the day. It makes you invulnerable? It really needs a buff. Because it does not. It does not make you invulnerable. I do still remember playing a warrior in Hell's Precipice. And I was told my job was not to deal damage, it was to tank. And so I made a marker protection warrior. Without like any weapon investment. So that way I could take hits better or something. That was a long time ago. Hey, random garbage FDS. But like marker protection's effect is super strong. It's just the ability to use it is so restricted by its stats that It's like Shield of Judgment. Shield of Judgment's effect is ridiculously strong, but its stats are kind of prohibitive. Work on these Nashers. Giant Stomp knocks down everything. Well, everything that can be anyway. You are in my way. Summit Giant Herder. Grab these gold coins and take out this guy. Knockdown. It's always fun when you play as Trios and get to use Giant Stomp. That bonus mission pack. Remember to kill those giants here. Yeah, I love it when Splinter triggers a giant pile of damage on everything. This is great. Really hoping iron from that so I could condense things a little bit better. Yeah, let's rid of that. Grabbing some aggro from the side over here, which I was kind of hoping to avoid doing, but clearly I did not. Yeah, hate is getting a Splinter Weapon a lot. Man, that's so beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna go take out this group. Then remember to fire the thing this time. So there's a group of enslaved frost dudes over here. And just before everything starts, you can just come over here and fire this a few times. Takes her for friggin' ever to reload, but like 3 of these I think will finish them off. Maybe 4th. There they go. Boom. Now they will no longer be a problem. Do not know why my frame rate is dipping slightly here. Okay. Park my team here. I'm gonna go grab some enchanted torches so I can get the bonus so I don't have to come back. This thing needs to award like 2 stacks of copper coins to be worth the effort. If you fire on that group, then there's not as many groups to come and attack. So. It was very important. And there's a torch on each side, which is also good to know. Smoke Phantoms are still not going to enjoy those too well, but what you expect. Spectral Agony versus level 17 Smoke Phantoms, not really a fair fight. You want to come up here and fight me? Oh, this is so slow. Eventually, they'll decide maybe attacking is a good idea. But maybe they'll just stand there and get attacked by some enslaved frost giants and a giant herder. Wonder who will win in the fight between... Oh, Jade Armor has it. Turns out Spectral Agony is a heck of a drug. Turns out. On today's episode of Guild Wars and Chill, will we die of complete boredom or not? Find out after the break. Yep, they certainly pumped the brake on this one. I'm actually thinking about taking one. I need to use the restroom break. But I'm also like half an hour away from the end of my stream, so it feels a little silly. Slowly, the enemies filter through, stepping through their portal, coming around the corner. It's one of those things where it's like, How did it end up in this place? Oh, we have Jade on Jade violence. Gotta tell you, it looks like the Jade came out on top. Oh, nope, we've got two Jade bows fighting each other. Dueling Jade. Up, mutually assured destruction. Turns out the Jades both lost. So there you go. The Jades both lost. Same. What was it like 4 hours and 28 minutes in? Dueling Jade. Maybe I'll clip it. That's pretty cool. Random level 16 enemy. The Jade armor that you bring into your base when you light the torches are hostile to like literally everything, so that's why that happens, but couple Jade armor coming in that side. Well, they ain't getting here in any sort of aggressive fashion, so let's just take out this group. I don't even have a whole lot to say. Like, this is just tediously waiting for the enemies to come fight me. Like, I could go out again, but last time I tried that, I had to start the mission again, so I don't want to do that. For obvious reasons, I think. So I'm just going to take it slow and safe. Argyris the Scoundrel. Let's see. The left hand of Grunt himself comes for ya. After 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Oh my goodness. This is just such a slow freaking mission. Like, this used to be a very long, difficult defense mission. It has been reduced to this. Killing groups of 2 enemies. Slowly. Tediously. Player substitute characters. You mean... I don't know why Eve is not in pre-steering. Yeah, Mhenlo, Aiden, Sign, Eve, etc. The henchmen. I would love to get that group, Eve, Sign, Mhenlo, Aiden, and Devona as heroes. That would be really cool. I also don't know why Eve is not in pre. I think the lore might be that she's off elsewhere, like in Stormia or something. I'm not really quite sure. I think she joined the group after the searing. Maybe the article on her on the wiki says more. Hang on, there's actual enemies showing up. Sort of. It oath shot, so it won't be able to again. I don't know what happened to King Jalis there, but he had a bad day. I don't think he's fully infused. He is partially infused. Oh my goodness. Could we please have less panic-inducing... I hate it when King Jalis decides he wants to actually get into the fight instead of sitting in the back. Very annoying. Let's see. So it says, Eve met Mhenlo and Devona and Aiden during the Char invasion. She was in the graveyard experimenting with new methods of direction. It sounds like they found her in between the searing and... or after the searing. Like in that 2-year gap in between. I feel so much better once I've freaking killed Confessor Dorian and this mission is over. Let's see. So the article says, Eve hasn't a clue where she was born. She was found as a young child stealing food from a sleeping vagrant in the back alleys of Ascalon City. Fortunately for Eve, she was not found by a city guard, but by a kindly matron who brought her to the Holy Duane Academy for Wayward and Incorrigible Girls, Ascalon City branch. Wherever Eve had come from, she had already learned to read at an advanced level before she ended up at the school. Students called the Wayward Academy and voraciously devoured every text in the library. It wasn't long before Eve's curiosity and her ability to both manipulate and avoid matron Irma led her to a secret library in the bowels of the academy. There, forbidden texts opened up an entirely new world to young Eve. By the time she was 15, she had raised her first bone minion. Eve had never gotten along with the other girls. She much preferred the company of her tomes and scrolls. When one day, a few of her fellow students pulled an especially vicious and humiliating prank on her, Eve literally pounced upon the leader of her tormentors. bit the girl's ear off, and swallowed it whole. That was the end of Eve's studies at the Holy Duena Academy for Wayward and Incorrigible Girls. Not even Matron Irma mourned her departure. Eve met Mhenlo, Sin, Devona, and Aiden during the Char invasion. She was in the graveyard experimenting with new methods of undead resurrection when the Char flooded into the cemetery on the heels of Mhenlo and the others. More out of curiosity than any noble intentions, Eve ordered the Char to stop. When the beastly creatures turned on her instead, thinking her easy prey, she simply raised her hands and called forth a small army of the dead to meet them. The Char never stood a chance. Eve was amused when Devona asked the Necromancer to join them, but has since become a good friend of Devona, Aiden, and Mhenlo. She's often in conflict with Sin, but the two respect each other's power enough to get along when the going gets rough. Of all Menlo's friends, Eve is probably the most independent, and it would not take much for the Necromancer to leave them behind and strike out on her own, but she is smart enough to know that loyal allies, even the living, are valuable to one with her power. She joined the expedition to Cantha to learn new ways to manipulate the powers of necromancy, and she freely admits to see what kinds of horrors might be created from Cantha's unique species. Eve's one constant companion is a human skull she found in the hidden library. She insists that the skull, which she calls Adam, speaks to her and dispenses wise advice at critical junctures. No one else has ever heard the skull say a word. So that's a big ol' entry on her. Since for some reason those six are collectively named in game as Ascalon Chosen, they have the Ascalon army, which was formed from King Adalbern's Ascalon's Chosen. Rourke wears the cloak of the AC, and Rourke's Vanguard are all part of the AC. Yeah. Yeah, I still would love a tactics game like a Fire Emblem game that focuses on King Adalbern's rise to, or Adalbern's rise to kingship. I think that'd be really cool. You guys gonna, like, come over here to fight us at any point in time? Where is King Jalis these days? Over here? At some point, the enemies will get into the area where we fight them. Like now. I want to wait for Oath Shot before I break Whirling Defense, so that way they can't just recharge Whirling Defense. Yeah. Same. I feel like there's a lot of interesting stuff to explore. Plus, I would love to see Ascalon before it got wrecked. Yes, it's true. King Jalis has been turned to stone. You are correct. In modern Guild Wars lore. I think the property, like, has more space than just MMO territory as well, but... Yeah, or before it was destroyed. Would also be really cool. The thing that's crazy to think about is Ore is still around during Pre-Searing. Like, it's contemporary. I think of Ore as being, like, ancient history, but it's not. Like, at the time we're playing it, it's been gone. Like, when we get to Kryda and get the Ore historian that's there, like, and the undead that are rising there, like, that's, like, you know, 2 years or less from the end of, or from the Cataclysm that sunk Ore. It's weird to think about, because I think of it as being, like, gone longer than it actually has been. But so by the time we're getting the Ore washing up on the shores of Kryda, under the command of the Undead Lich, they've actually been gone for only a couple years. Yeah, the Crystal Desert before it turned into a desert. When it's the Crystal Sea. That'd be cool to see as well. Sea. Oh, good. Confessor Dorian. We're almost done. Just need to not screw up this last part. Yeah. And like the first Marganites and stuff too. I personally would be interested in a game that's like Guild Wars of History. Like, there's so many interesting like historical events that happened that they've built up. That'd be really kind of neat to see them. At this point, I feel fairly confident that I'm safe to just go after Confessor Dorian. Yes, it does. There we go. Clear that out. Whatever. I'll get that at the end. That's fine. Terrible. But it's blue, so that's kind of what I was expecting. Attempting to navigate with the arrow keys while I'm identifying stuff. Good times. Oh, Radiant. That's fun. Jalis, get me out of here. There's my reward for the bonus. I mean, that could be interesting, too. Like, it'd be interesting to have a game set where you're playing as, like, the Mersat and Seers and Dwarves and Jotun and stuff. Cantha before the Jade Wind, yeah. Okay. Ember Light Camp. Which is a new Prophecies area, which means it's time to add a pack of skills. Prophecies. General. Add one booster. Anything stand out? Well, let's scroll to the bottom. Duena's Kiss. That's a really nice pickup. Happy to see that one. Aura of the Lich could be good. Mindburn is a really nice one. Not a whole lot of exciting stuff there, frankly. That doesn't surprise me at this point. Hello, Shadow.
You honor me.
Do I? What, by talking to you? Let's see. There's probably some skills I want to capture that are out here, right? I don't think Radiant Insignia are worth anything these days, but it doesn't hurt to check. I do want to pick up some more Sickness of Capture, probably. As well. I would have gotten... I have 3 skill points now. Not many. But I will turn them into Sickness of Capture. I have a bunch of skills I'm going to want to capture kind of going forward. I want to get Restore Condition. That requires me to go in specific places. Rune Trader. Radiant is worth nothing right now, right? Yeah. I could grab one and give it to somebody like Sasuke. Sasuke doesn't really need Radiant. Probably is better off with armor. You can have a Radiant Insignia. Sure. Okay, the rest of the stuff is good. Going to the merchant. Let's see. I want to pick up Healing Hands. Oh yeah, for sure. The Conquest of Ascalon. Yep, that would also be an interesting one. I don't think I, strictly speaking, need Wild Blow. Probably is fine though, so I'll leave it. Actually, no, I think Ending Touch would be good to actually put back on. Okay, I'll have to see what all is available here, but I think I'm just gonna kind of like do this primary quest, get the Ring of Fire thing. I'm not gonna do any more missions here today. I think I'm gonna do this primary quest and see about capturing some elite skills and kind of wrapping the day up with that. Yeah, I think those guys are why I'd want Mend Condition, because they will blind me, which I do not want to be. It's a lot of flesh golems. Let's see, Bull's Charge is out here. That would be nice to pick up. Let's see, who did we get? We didn't get anybody over there. Okay. Well, let's break this Ether Seal. Rule can spawn there. He's got a couple of other places you can spawn. Guess I'll take out these Jade Bow. I'm looking for the Healing Hands boss if anybody is wondering what I'm trying to look for. Or even the battles where Doric in the Bloodstone, Forging of the Bloodstones and stuff, that'd be interesting. These are finally level 20 Seekers, so they got a level upgrade. Let's see, so another possible spawn point. The boss I want is up that way. Yep, Rule Browbeater. Okay, I want to go capture that guy's elites. These phantoms are really annoying. All of the Perdition Rock captures are kind of annoying, frankly. Let's see, Ring of Fire, I want to capture the Monk Elite from that one as well. Shield of Deflection. That's going to be irritating to get. Backbreaker's also available there. Yeah, I'm going to have a lot of skill capturing ahead of me. A lot of it's going to be next week, of course. I mean, it's the unreliability of the captures that's the annoying part. But yeah, I mean, you just don't know when whether or not the gods ones will spawn. I think some of the other ones are a little bit more reliable. This Hydra, okay, good. Hada's on it. There's a bunch of elites out here. Part of it, too, is this character just needs more skill points. Yes, healing hands is exactly what I want. Thank you, game. Well, I usually don't approach this from the south. I usually approach this from the north, but I guess the way that I'm going right now, I'm going to approach it from the south, so why not? Oh man, I could use a very weak healing hands. Oh, look at all those cute little 5s. Actually, they're kind of countering the 6 damage I was taking from that lava font, so, you know. I can now paladin properly. I have my healing hands. Worm! Worm alert. Worm alert. Yeah, this is weird. I usually come at this from the other direction, like I said. Feels strange coming at it from this way. These inner council members are very underwhelming skill-wise, by the way. Getting a lot of white mantle emblems. Shielding hands was basically negating all of that damage, so. Hey, Boulevard. Goodbye, Boulevard. Okay, time to talk to a guy whose name is Captain Grumby. Yeah, they're pretty bad. You have to get lucky with which one spawns. His dialogue feels a bit redundant in there, by the way. He's like, wow, you beat the council members. And then he's like, why should I take you across? I beat the council members. Wow, I guess you can protect me. It's very strange dialogue. Let's see. I don't need Balthazar's Curse because that's just charge, and I have charge already. There's Jake King. Nyekikaj. Hey, Vogard, Axmighty. Thank you for the 500 experience points. It helps a little bit. Okay, Perdition Rock. What all do I want out here? Perdition Rock. Martyr is out here. I don't want Martyr. Okay, it looks like I don't really care about any of the cursed ones. I have charge already, and I don't want Martyr. I do want Bull's charge off of the Drake. Oh, I don't care about Amity, so I don't need to worry about trying to get that one. Okay, so it looks like literally the only thing I care about getting out here otherwise is Bull's charge off of Chintakaru Manshredder. So that's nice, at least. Yeah, a couple locations there. I'll go out there. I'll get this elite captured, and then I'll probably wrap up the stream there. You have to be really careful here, because if you get 2 fronts of Mago Hydras on you at the same time, Mago Hydras on you at the same time, it can be really, really deadly. Best to avoid that happening if you can. That's Earth Winds. Okay. Do I want to just respawn that one? Or do I want to also check? Yeah, I think I'm going to. Because I have a bunch of hydras coming up on me, so it's just going to be safer if I just respawn. Not that I am going to use Bull's Charge all that often, but I like having the option available, you know? I may check multiple locations this time, if depending upon how enemy spawns are kind of working out. Oh man, I got power leaked. That was a hit to my energy. All I wanted to do was remove conditions from myself. Okay, didn't even have a chance on the spawn that time. Let's go kill this Ether Seal. Ether Seal's best killed with Adrenaline. There's another spawn location up here. Nope, that's Earthwind again. I need Man Shredder. There's one more spawn location up this way that I think I am going to go ahead and check out this time just to see. There's 3 possible bosses and 3 spawn locations though, so I'm not feeling too hopeful when that one didn't have any boss in it. Feeling just a little bit slow when my things went off like that. Okay, yeah, I'll grant you. Flat bow from outside range is definitely a better way of killing them. Second best way is some adrenaline spam. Well, for the towers that drain your energy. Otherwise, it's armor ignoring damage all the way. For just the door version of Ether Seals. But yeah, getting them from outside the range is better. Yeah, it is a huge area of effects. I feel like I'm going this maybe not the most direct path. Okay, there's some drakes down there. Drakes down by those volcanic rocks. Oh, there's Man Shredder. Excellent. Okay, so I did get him in this location. Now all I have to do is go kill him before he shreds us, I guess? I think these other drakes are more dangerous, though. Yep, they are. Alrighty. That's what I wanted to get here. So I'm just going to go ahead and Or actually, I should just drop off in Ring of Fire. Okay, well, that's going to go ahead and bring today's stream to a close. I thank you all very much for watching. And the next scheduled stream is more Divinity Original Sin on Saturday. I'll be back with more Guild Wars. At least the plan right now is on Tuesday of next week. And we'll see where things kind of are. Like I said, next week I might have the Wednesday stream. I might push that back to Thursday for the start of the anniversary event. So, but I'll give more details on that on the Tuesday stream. You can follow the channel to get notified when I go live. You can hang out in my Discord to get notified when I go live. I do that as well. And you can check out schedules and stuff down below, and all that good stuff, links and all sorts of fun things that way. So anyway, I think that's going to go ahead and wrap things up here. So thank you all very much for watching. And until next time, everyone, take care. Goodbye.